UCS at the back of the box right here. The UCS Slave 1 celebrating 10k subscribers. And if you did miss out the stream on Tuesday, we are already 12 bags in. So we already have quite a big portion of the Slave 1 built, as you can see. Most of the bottom bit here, we're just missing the wings, the cockpit, and the rest of the nose. But so far, so good. And there's been a few announcements today as well, which I'm not going to get too into, because to try and keep this stream moving forward and getting the rest of the Slave 1 built, I'm going to come out with a video later this week talking about them. We've got San Diego Comic-Con kicking off today, I believe, for the weekend. Excited to see what else is to come from that, but that does mean we have a few different set releases for September, October. Nothing yet on the UCS Death Star. However, I'm sure it's not too far away. Surely soon we'll have something. And I think we kick it straight off with bag 13 of the Slave 1. As you saw, I tell you what, a few things just before we get building, because I am really happy with how these have come across. Let me make sure I've got chat up as well. The stickers. If you did miss the last stream, there are two things you need to know. First off, the stickers we've placed are the best stickers. That one right there and this one right here. The best stickers I have ever placed. The best stickers I've ever seen anyone place on a Lego set in my entire life. And also one of the most fun play features in this boarding ramp here, which not only pushes down the ramp, but also opens this white door here, just like we see in Attack of the Clones. Hello there. I'm excited to get to finish building this today, and we are, like I said, 12 bags in. So we're starting off with bag number 13, but let's see, I've got all the bags stacked on the desk, so let's have a little look if we can increase the brightness just a little bit of this screen. There you go. There you go, it's not that dark in person. And if you want to talk about the new sets that come out today, whilst we're building the Slave 1, this is going to be at least 5-hour stream. I think that's how long it took us to build the first half here. So it's looking to be a 10-hour build, which is quite nice on stream. You could probably get it built in like 6 hours if you weren't trying to entertain a chat, let's say. But my lucky number, bag number 13. There we go. Could have done a better job at the top there. Look at that. Look at that. Didn't go too well. Hello there. So some of the new sets, just in case you are interested in having a look, they did have Lego web pages up this morning. Literally about like an hour ago, I did the video for it. And when I refreshed the Lego page, it come up with an error. It come up with an error and wouldn't let me access the page anymore. So I don't know if Lego accidentally put them out this morning. As I say, it was about an hour ago. But yeah, it's odd that they were up and then they also just dipped, because that doesn't tend to happen with Lego. Usually if they're up, they just accept it and leave them up. But they weren't up just before I started the stream. They might have gone back up. How am I? I am great. I'm actually really, I think I was so excited to build this Slave 1. I'm just riding the wave out at the minute. Once we've built this, we're going to have to find a set that can top it. And I'm excited to be building the UCS ATST. I do want to build that. That's probably the next UCS set that we'll build. But I am enjoying every second of this. This is the UCS experience, isn't it? Ooh. Ooh, I don't know what this is. Are these? No, they can't be backs of seats, can they? They're not that thin. We've got two little marks down here. How interesting. Do I have the Lego Ideas TARDIS? I don't. I've looked at picking it up. I think I looked at parting it out as well. I probably have most of the parts for the TARDIS, but I haven't picked it up. it's an awesome, awesome set. The figure selection ain't half bad as well. It comes with, don't it come with two Doctors? I think it comes with Smith and Capaldi. It then comes with Clara as well, and a Weeping Angel and a Dalek? I want to say a Dalek. I've got the Cyberman and Dalek expansion pack for LEGO Dimensions. And that, the whole Doctor Who experience on Dimensions, because that unlocked the entire, well, not the entire place. I didn't get the Doctor one. But that's a really good set. That should be a 2x4. You got the parts for it. You just need to build it. Yeah, you had the minifigures to it. Even without the minifigures, some of the parts are expensive. But I feel like some of the rarer parts are the ones that I've got in my collection. So I need to have a little look, see how many parts I'm missing, and try and pick up the rest of them if I don't have them already. That would be a great build for when Doctor Who returns, which I fear we might be waiting a bit for. There's a LEGO Game Boy coming out soon. Yes, October 1st, that one is. And it looks good. It looks good. A load of people are surprised there's no Pokemon. No Pokemon reference. You get 2 cartridges with it. You get a Legend of Zelda cartridge and a screen. You also get a screen with it as well. And then you get a Super Mario Land, I think I'm right in saying, rather than Super Mario World. And the screens look really cool, especially if they do change as shown in the video. I think they're angled, so if you were to hold them, like, say we've got the screen here, if you were to lean it back and forth, you'd see a variation of images. So you'd have the Nintendo logo coming down. I want Mario to run across the screen, something to happen on the Zelda, and I think that'd be pretty cool. You're going to build the TARDIS to sell it, but you don't have the instructions or minifigures. I still think the TARDIS probably gets quite a decent price if you were just to sell the build, because I guess the stickers as well. The stickers is probably something, unless they're printed parts. Oh, I assume they're stickers. If you can get your sticker sheet, that'll be quite good. I think so. The reason people are complaining about the no Pokemon reference is everyone's excited for Pokemon, and that I think they're ready for it. Pokemon fans don't like waiting. I've noticed there's not a lot of waiting to do with Pokemon, be it the games, the cards. A lot is announced and then it's coming out, or announced as it's coming out, or there's at least something that comes out alongside the announcement. So the fact that we're getting a Game Boy, which, yeah, people probably played Pokemon more than Mario and Zelda, and we're getting a Pokemon theme, and there's no link between it. The real reason is LEGO don't have the Pokemon license until 2026, next year. Had to think what year we were in then. So LEGO probably couldn't give us anything Pokemon on it, but it doesn't stop people from expecting it. I think it's fair. People want Pokemon, they want it now. $300 Pokemon card collection. The Lego sets. I tell you what, if the cards are anything to go by, the Lego sets, once they retire, or if Lego ever loses the Pokemon theme, which, you know, we're talking about so long down the road now, those sets are going to be worth so much money. I wonder if the Mega Block sets are going to be worth anything, because Mega are losing the license to Lego. But surely Lego would be topping it, don't we think? A few Pokemon fans in the chat, nice to see. I'm not a massive fan of Pokemon myself, I'll be honest. I must have watched one of the early series of Pokemon, because I only remember the first 2 generations, and then I played Pokemon Go, and I stopped just after they brought in the 2nd generation. I feel like that's when it got out of my depth of Pokemon knowledge, and they've just continued, haven't they? Pokemon Go still going about with a few more new next generations of which they have a super rare birthday Pikachu. I'm a big fan of the art cards for Pokemon. I love some of the art cards. I think it's more on on an art take than it is a Pokemon cards. Hello there, George. You've been thinking about getting the 60 quid Jango Slave 1. So have I. So have I. Funnily enough, as we're building the UCS version here, so have I. Between that or the V19 Torrent. And I will say the one thing pushing the Jango over the Torrent is the minifigures. I would rather get myself a Kaminoan, and I am going to nick the arms and the hairpiece off my Clone Cadet, put these on the official. There you go, we've got the training clone arms and the Han Solo hair. I'm going to whack these on the second version of Boba I get, because I'll eventually pick up the Slave one and turn it into the Clone Wars version that goes up against Mace Windu, because it's a variation. It would be nice to add to my collection, but I've been eyeing them both up to pick up around day one. I was hoping to go to the Lego store actually for early August, and I don't know when I'll get to a Lego store, but I'll probably go pick it up in person, because I'd rather pay for a ticket to get to a Lego store than delivery. Mind you, they cross the threshold for free delivery, don't they? So I wouldn't have to worry about that. Maybe we'll see if the classic space helmet and backpack are on the Lego Pick-a-Brick online, and then I place an order with them. I might have to wait a bit for them, but if I can cross that over with a gift with purchase as well, we might be onto something there. We just might. Gen 9 now. That's crazy. Yeah, even Gen 2, I could name... I think if I had images, I could name all of Gen 1. And I could probably do better than I think with Gen 2. There's some that I might slip up and might misname or that, but I'll have to do that. I'll have to do that when Pokemon comes out, see how many of them I can name without cheating and looking at the descriptions. The Super Rare Pikachu card is graded. It's not graded yet, but it's 25th anniversary and promo. Oh yeah. Even with, I know how the grading works roughly. Even if that's not a 10, that's still going to be worth a lot. There we go. Good luck, Alfie, sorting the Lone Ranger parts. That's a nice theme, pretty decent theme. Am I safe to assume you've been sorting Pokemon cards all July? Or is that just more of a hobby on the side? Because I know much like Lego has a big aftermarket when it comes to... these in the middle. When it comes to sets and minifigures especially, kind of trade in minifigures. People don't just sell them. I see some people trading them at events. I wish there was a bigger market for that. Trade in minifigures. Because I do think that they would be as big as some trading card collections like Pokemon, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm sure there's going to be a ton I'm not remembering. But I do think if Lego had a place, not just Reddit, if there was like an official place that you could sign in and trade minifigures, I guess it's hard to do because you'll always get people trying to get the best deals in not the nicest ways, but it would be nice, wouldn't it? If there was just one platform for trading minifigures. How cool would that be? All July you've been building your collection of Mario. 50 plus sets. Thousands and thousands of parts. Yeah, I bet. Has anyone completed the Mario Kart collection yet? Does anyone have all of the Mario Kart cars? And has anyone set up a little track for them? Because I don't even think you get enough parts in the sets to make a full track. But someone's got to have done it already. Little Mario Kart course going around. Maybe built into a Lego city. I could imagine a Mario Kart, like a F1 track or something. But there's a theme. Cities F1 could probably be used to beef up the Mario Kart tracks. Because we only get a start-finish line and a few cones. But I guess most Mario Kart tracks are like a Lego city driving through. Something like that. So you could just put a few cones around your Mario City. Maybe if you've got a big mall or something, a big shopping centre, you could also work that into it. I really hope I'm going to search this later and just see a ton of different Mario Kart tracks set up throughout cities, throughout collections. You've got like these Star Destroyer and Falcons on display and just these Mario Karts racing through the centre. Oh, that's going to be amazing. I have no idea what you're getting yourself into, but you clicked. Welcome. Welcome. Got every Wave 1 set, and yesterday you got your first kart. Oh, what kart did you pick up? I have the Yoshi bike, and to be completely honest, it was for those shells and the accessories, because I took the Yoshi. I did a video on this when it came out in January. We always, no matter how much I say about waiting for sales, we always do a January 1st order. It has to be. Start off the year with some Lego. Has to be done. And we got the, oh no, the Yoshi set didn't actually come out in January, did it? I think that came out in March, but we picked it up day one, and completely honestly, I picked it up for the shells. I did. We've got some shells that launch. Check out the video, because we swap out the shell on Yoshi. Oh, it's a Yoshi bike, isn't it? It doesn't even come with Yoshi, but we swap out the shell on the Yoshis with the Yoshisauruses with the firing shell, so you can now put a Yoshi minifigure into the launcher and fire it across the screen. Best play feature, second best play feature to the ramp in the UCS set. Oh, thank you, Pepsi Schnitzel. Awesome name. Of course I do, Jude. Welcome back. But yes, some of the Mario Karts, some of the ways they've designed them almost feel akin to the... I don't want to throw Speed Champions in there. I do that a lot, and I feel like the more I say it, the less it feels like Speed Champions are doing something special. But they are really well detailed. Just maybe not as much as Speed Champions. They're still pretty good sets. And we've had interactive minifigures, the blocky figures, for quite some time. We've had Mario Kart now. I don't think we've really... I guess the interactive Mario Kart... No, the interactive Mario sets remind me of the Maker World that came out, rather than actual Super Mario. We've got a few Super Mario sets. We've got the NES, which comes with Mario. And we've also got the... What else? Oh, we've got like the Bowser scene. That's quite good. The giant Bowser. We've got the question mark block. That one's been requested a few times here on the channel. Oh. Where do you belong then? Well, surely there'd be a gap if I missed something. No? Ooh. Have we been given a spare? No, we haven't. There you go. Missing it out from just down there. Good thing I caught that on. But there's been a few Mario sets. I wonder if we'll get the same with Pokemon. I have a feeling they'll be doing similar things to Mega with their, you know the head wig that you wind and the forks that you wind and the wings flap. There'll be like a Pikachu where the legs run and the tail wiggles, something like that, and a few different play sets out and about. But I wonder how they're going to go about it. I don't see us getting too many brick-built... Like, I don't think minifigures work with Pokemon. I think brick-built Pokemon work a little bit better. Has to be said. Better luck with this one. You know what? I'm going to say it's better. I went a bit down towards the end. I do feel like it's a little bit better. I feel like Lego and Mario Maker go together better than Super Mario and Lego. Yeah, I do think so. Didn't Nintendo stop support for the Mario Maker? Or have they just slowed down the updates? I've just seen a few... all I see about Mario really is titles and thumbnails here and there. I don't follow it too well. But I feel like they either stopped support for it and moved on. Because I've played a few of the new Mario games. Jamboree. Is Jamboree the musical one, or is that the party? I played the new Mario Party and the new Mario game, and whichever the musical one is awesome. I come so close to completing that. I think I did everything bar in the last world, so I haven't come face to face with a giant Bowser boss at the end. But Mario games, I don't know what it is about them. Mario games you can just pick up and play, and not only does it feel like Mario, Super Mario Land on the Game Boy, but it also feels like something brand new. It captures you. It captures you in a way that like Lego sets do. At the end of the day, we're building a giant model, which I've done hundreds of times now. I think in the last year, since I've been scanning instructions, I've built 70-something sets. And every single Lego set feels new. It feels unique. It doesn't even, dare I say it, even the Luke Land Speeders have that little difference, be it the colour, be it the rock side build, that little difference in them that really captures you, draws you into the set, and makes... It's a good thing we have spare stats, and makes every single set unique enough to, you know, keep someone like me that gets very easily distracted. Thank you very much. It keeps me entertained, keeps me, you know, focused, which is a lot harder than it sounds. Have I... the mighty Bowser's Towel constantly breaks off. Oh no. I wonder if Lego realised that. Usually, especially with store displays, I can't remember if Bowser had his towel when we went to Leicester Square. I'll have a look for that. Next time I'm in London, I'll go in, have a little look, see if they've still got Bowser's towel. And yeah, I wonder if they display it with the towel. But sometimes Lego stores pick this up and Lego will release like an official how to fix it sort of thing. So I wonder if Lego are aware of it. It's definitely something that I hope LAN has passed on. It's very rare that happens, isn't it? Surprised it's happened with a giant Bowser. I did see a few really cool, I wouldn't want to say mocks, they're not quite mocks, but little builds with the piano and Bowser. Piano and Bowser from the Mario movie. I've seen various rumours about a second one of them as well. I don't know where they'd go. The whole tower's on by a 1x2 brick. Oh, I wonder if that's how they designed the tower. As in, not excusing Lego here. I'm sure they probably could do it a bit stronger. But with a 1x2 brick, I wonder if that's because of how they've designed some of the wedges in the tower. They only had that little space and were like, it's going to hold as a 18, 16 plus set. Lego just sat there crossing their fingers that nobody moves it. And then suddenly with a Mario movie, everyone's making Bowser play the piano. There's a good combination though. The grand piano and Bowser. What a combo. An expensive combo. As are all things. I mean, the turbo tank. The new turbo tank goes great with the MTT, but then both sets are like 160 odd quid. Which is $160, 140 quid, sorry, my bad. And that's out of many people's threshold, just for one, let alone two. What Mario set should you review? Ooh. I don't know if there's got to be new Mario sets in August, isn't there? I wonder if there's any... I wonder if they've made any set twice. Like, we've seen Yoshi's house. We've seen Mario's house. We've seen Toad's house as well. I think that come out over the summer. Or is coming out over the summer. I wonder if Lego have remade any Mario set. Because I'd love to see one of their first Mario sets. You know, when the theme was new, Lego took it on a whole new journey. And really made a new theme. Normally new themes are just a rebrand. You know, you've got a few custom minifigures and a few unique stickers here and there. Maybe an odd new piece. But with Mario, Lego never really had that level of an interactive minifigure, well, big figure, that could go around a course with QR codes. So I wonder if there's any set from the very first wave that Mario did. If there is, then that's my answer. If not, I wouldn't know where to start. I wouldn't. There's so many sets. I'm a big fan of the Mario Kart, so if you have any of those that you haven't reviewed, go for that. I always enjoy seeing the Mario Kart. And actually, you could probably get a little motor in the Mario Kart. Some of them are quite small, no space for a motor, but like Bowser's car, definitely space for a motor in that. Who knows, someone might have already done it. There we go. I think this is the cockpit, but I don't actually know what this giant hole's for. Maybe, no, maybe it's this way. Maybe that is the backrest of 2 seats, but then what goes on top? Something like that? Or that? No, we'll find out. Until then, let's make sure we don't miss that black bracket. Eeny, meeny, miny. There we are. Already reviewed. Oh. I'm definitely looking at picking up some new sets. I did see actually that Plo Koon's Microfighter from Star Wars, Plo Koon's Microfighter and Plo Koon's Microfighter, and that should be a 1x3. And Maul's Mech have been on sale, like 10-15% off, I think it is. And I'm waiting for that battle pack. I would love to pick up the battle pack with the Night Troopers and the Death Troopers. And oh, I've done this too quickly. This bit goes on first. And get that combined with the Duel on Peridia, the Star Destroyer, and then what other sets could I throw in? Probably a few others, and make like an ultimate display using all of them. I might even pick up 2 of the battle pack. I did say about speed building it. That'd be fun. But then we've got so many sets coming out August. We've got I want to recolor a lot of the August sets, so I'm probably going to do that before picking them up, so that I can compare the 2 of them when I build the actual set. But on top of all the August sets, we have the Advents coming in September, which I'm probably going to wait for December to open this year. Last year we reviewed them early because we had the 2022 Advent calendar to build. I'm not planning on picking up any of the newer ones. Oh, also forgot that. So I do want to keep I think I'll be opening the Star Wars one this Christmas, and my partner's looking at getting the Harry Potter one. I might make a few Star Wars mocks with it again, because that was fun. We made a little Hoth cave for Luke and a Wampa. We made an AT-RT. We got a lot built from, and that was last year's, if I'm correct in thinking. I'm not sure we did it with the 2022 one. That might have just been broken down. maybe we did. There might have been one. It's fun building it on this side. You know, really makes you think about what pieces you put in where. Hopefully that means we'll make less mistakes. But I was looking at the Minecraft one. The big thing with the Minecraft Advent, the minifigures are pretty cool. The Christmas, the red Santa Villager, that one's awesome. But I really like the micro builds, so I might try and build them without picking up an entire Advent for them. And then I'll grab the minifigures after Christmas. But even the Advent, I've seen there's a few sites that have the Advent for 10% off already on pre-order. So it might not be a case of waiting for it. 10% off, £3, it's £27. That is in the UK, compared to £30. And I don't think that's too bad considering at Christmas time they go down to about £25. And then if you're lucky, December, January, you manage to spot any of them. They're usually gone by like the 5th of December, but if you can spot any, then they'll be like 15 quid. They'll have like 50% off, which is something for an Advent calendar, especially with the exclusive Christmas figures. We got the BB-8 and Jawa this year, and maybe the odd exclusive droid. You have a sealed Lego set that is so rare you can't sell it? Is there no listing for it on Bricklink, Brickowl? I've seen that a bit recently. What's the set? Do let us know. Right, and this just goes down. Maybe I should have grabbed my hammer and just... I feel like it doesn't work when you've got a hit on both sides. It just rocks it. All right, old-fashioned way then. I was having a little look at, so one of the new bricks that has just been patented, the patent's just gone through in Europe and America. Hello there. One of the new bricks that has just been patented is a like 2x4 lights and sounds brick, essentially. And it was from a set that they were testing last year, 2024. It was from a Jungle Explorer set. So you'd think, okay, that could be interesting to find. But do you think I could find it? No, I couldn't find it at all. Had a little look on Bricklink, Brickowl, nothing there. And I even resorted to, you know, FBook, eBay and stuff like that. Nowhere to be found, wherever. And yeah, I couldn't find a single version of the set. I don't think Lego actually sent it out to anyone. I think it was a very closed door thing they have going on. Oh, those two seats are for the underside. So there we go. There's the slave one, and they're the two passenger seats down below. The prisoners just get thrown in this Technic contraption. One of your parents was on the show Lego Masters. Oh, nice. So it's literally one that is so rare you cannot sell. And it's not one that can be bought, I guess. It's one that can be won. That's nice. That's awesome, that. Yeah, I'd love to go on Lego Masters. Is there a... I know there's an American version. Is there a UK version of Lego Masters? I feel like if there is, I might have seen it. But at the same time, I don't think I have seen it. Maybe there is. And there's also an Australian version, isn't there? I've watched that. And when you're applying, they do say that you can't have any affiliation with Lego before getting on there. And on the T's and C's, it does kind of say if you've got an account dedicated to Lego, then yeah, the chance of you being accepted isn't great. But then you've got ambassadors for Lego, like Cheesy Studios, Duck Brick, shout out to both of them, who were on the show anyway, which kind of sends a bit of a mixed message, I guess, as to who can and can't be on the show. But I'm sure there's tiny writing somewhere that says it doesn't matter if you have been, you know, ambassador for Lego or anything like that. And I also think Cheesy was on Lego Masters before he became a Lego ambassador as well. So there's that as well. Little back to tank back here, sticking out on the underside. Tiny little back to tank. And that must be hidden behind one of the seats here. Oh, what goes on there though? I feel like it's a slope. There we are, two clips in here. We've got, the Westar pistols, isn't it? Two clips, it has to be. Unless we've got some like Boba Easter egg back here. Get some Boba armor or a Boba weapon. And just like I thought, we do have... I wouldn't say this is a seat though. I'd say this is more like... just details. Because it comes out at the bottom. Unless this is the 3D effect they're creating. So you've got the backrest. You can see the back of the middle chair does stick out. Maybe that's an illusion of a 3D piece. The contract they signed says that you can't sell it to anyone or tell anyone before the show comes out. Oh, nice. So they contractually are obliged not to sell it, not to give any details away, I guess, as to spoil who won and what was built. Especially because the winner of Lego Masters, don't they get a set built? Or is that just a new thing? This slots in there, and this wedge at the end, these two studs here, are all that's holding this on. So I wonder if it's strong enough to flip it upside down. It is, and it still holds in there. Pretty solid. So that's a 2-stud connection that they've used to hold in the middle here. And yeah, interestingly enough, that holds on a bit better than Bowser's towel, would we say? It doesn't seem to be falling out anytime soon. We'll swoosh it around when it's built and see if it still holds up the same. And then this is all cockpit work here. We're finishing off the top. I quite like, I have to say, all of the white on the outside. The grey on the inside kind of works. I think there might be a lighting thing as well. But the white on the outside. So the Slave one is grey. In Universe, in Star Wars, even in Attack of the Clones, it's grey. But it's a very, very, very pale grey. Very pale grey. So pale that LEGO don't have a grey that's light enough to show off just how light this grey is. And that's why they've gone with white, which I think looks... It does look closer to white than it does to their light bluish grey. It's close, that's for sure. But it's definitely closer to white, as far as I can see. There we go, that goes in there. But I'm sure there'll be people, because originally the only giant Jango Slave one we had was a recolor of Boba's, which did use light bluish grey. And if you've got that set, it's easier to just buy all the blue pieces and not change the grey to white. So I have seen both the white and the grey, but it's yeah, it's one of those things that both look just as good, down to personal taste, I guess. There we go. Yes, YouTube, for any of you that are playing the YouTube game and that do post your own videos, it's a long journey, but you get there in the end. We've hit 10k subs. Oh, almost forgot we were on now. We hit 10k subs after 5 years on the platform, and even then there might be some of you that have been here more than 5 years, and it's just down. Oh, that's not pushed in properly. It's just down to when your videos pop up, who they're shown to. Oh, it's because of the little 1x1 stud. And it's a matter of right place, right time, which thankfully we have been. Thank you all for your support. There we go. Little brown dial on the top. Hey, and then we've got the yellow. I like this yellow. Does this go straight down? Yeah. Not bad. Few little gaps around, but they'll soon be covered. Somehow. You broke your lightsabers. Are these LEGO lightsabers? Or are these full-size lightsabers? Because LEGO lightsabers are kind of a dime a dozen, aren't they? We get a lot. I feel like I have probably more than I should do for LEGO Star Wars. I might have picked up a few here and there. Maybe I had a set that used them as well. But some of the older ones, like a custom LED one, for instance, isn't going to be as easy to replace as something that's made by LEGO. Especially if the LED saber's made by LEGO. 2 full size. Oh, not LEGO. One saber cracked and the other won't charge. Well, at least you could swap over the saber. And then you've got a non-cracked fully charging saber. Ooh. A lot of wedges on here. Is this for the... No, because we've got the snot brick in there now. Where? Alright, if it doesn't go there, where on earth are we putting this? Oh. Maybe we are putting it there. With another slope or two. There we go. 3/4 sabers. I like how Star Wars have different size sabers, because especially for the audience, not everyone's going to be able to handle a full-on sword, a light sword. They're massive. And I do have a full-size one, but I think the toys are a bit shorter, especially the expandable lightsaber blades. They're a bit shorter. Oh, it does go on the left there. Alright. Flip that around so you can see how the slope is coming to be. And I think the cockpit's going to go on top of this rather than... Here's the cockpit piece. On top of this rather than all the way down to the bottom. But first, let's build it again for the opposite side. Right, here we go. Hello there. True, true. If you can lift the 2008 Death Star, the massive one, then handling a lightsaber is an easy feat. But that brings me to the question, can you handle the 2008 Death Star? Because it's pretty big. Can't wait to see images of the new October one. I wonder if we'll get a sneak peek, because August is merely days away at this point, and September follows very quickly, thanks to all the LEGO releases we've got to look at. And then before you know it, it's October. And October's when we're meant to be getting, again, nothing official yet, but October is meant to be the rumoured date for the release of the UCS Death Star. Perhaps if we don't get anything, I think if we don't get anything in the next couple of days, I wonder if it will be like an October 10th release, something like that. Because I think they'll want a lot of time for... I say they'll want a lot of time. It's what they do with every other theme, but they don't with Star Wars. The only Star Wars set that LEGO have announced way ahead of time is the buildable K2SO that we're still waiting on. That's coming out in a couple of days at last. After what feels like years of waiting, we're finally going to get buildable K2SO. At last. At last K2 can join some of your collections. It does feel like we've been waiting so long for that. What do we need? The snot brick. And then we're tiling off. This is going to be the top of the cockpit. These two tiles here, and that goes straight in there. Slightly above these outside pieces, but we do have a little stud in there that no doubt is going to fill the gap. And I'm also really liking how this is coming together. Thankful that these two grey slopes are grey slopes and not stickers. And same with the yellow here. I feel like some stickers would be wasted. And so far, sure, the stickers can be replaced with bricks, but again, it comes down to how neatly they can do it. And I just don't think LEGO could have done it as neatly as they have, or at least not as symmetrical as they have with any brick built stickers. Hey, 2x4 brick! This could be, in the far off future, a interactive brick that when Jango, Boba, and various other, you probably even get like Aura Singh in the cockpit with a Slave One line, could recount lines from Clone Wars, from Attack of the Clones, even the little bonking of the head that we see Jango do in Attack of the Clones, which is a callback to A New Hope, with a trooper bonking its head. Nice word, bonking. You want to buy the UCS Slave One, but to spend, but you spend 300 on a Phase 1 clone army. Yeah, that's worth it. I don't know if it's, you know, is it Slave One worth it? Oh, yeah, it's up there, isn't it? UCS ship, Phase 1 clone army. You'd have to juggle them. How many clones in this army, may I ask? Looking forward to September. Oh, hold on. The UCS Falcon was hinted a year before it came out in the Death Star box. Didn't we get that with the Death Star, though? Wasn't, like in the Interceptor from last year or something, there was a Death Star in the background? Likewise, with the ARC 170, you got the little Plo Koon Delta. I feel like there's been a Death Star for quite some time. Maybe go back... Sets tend to take about 2-3 years from design to production. Maybe go back like 5 years. Was there another set that got hinted at? Was there another set that we got the Death Star? I feel like we got the Death Star in a box art at some point. But obviously not any of the Death Star gift with purchases or anything. They don't count. Which way does this? Oh yeah, it's Uvo 4? Uvo 4, isn't it? This one needs to be in the center. Alright, focus for the sticker. Hey, lovely. There's the Uvo 4. I think the Y is a V. Is that? Yeah, that 4 is Orbesh. And that hints at the origins of the slave one. Oh, and that's what the black bricks there are for. Smart with the snot bricks. 52 clones. Oh yeah, 52 is crazy. There was a box of 100, weren't there? From, or was that 5? Was that 500? The giant box of Phase 1 clones from it that has a couple hundred in it. I think it's 100 clones that goes for thousands. So that's a decent army. Nice. Oh, that's a plate. There we are. What an army. Looking forward to September because you've booked tickets for Brickfest. Oh, nice. Looking for a discounted MTT or Battle Pack, preferably both. I wish you luck. I hope you find what you're looking for. And yeah, the Battle Pack's really nice. I've seen the Battle Pack for £30 as well. It's like a week before these sets come out. What do you mean you can get £5 off a Lego Star Wars set that hasn't even come out? But that being said, I haven't seen any sales whatsoever on any of the other sets. We've seen the Star Wars Advent and the Battle Pack, and that is all. Hello there. Hello there. Yeah, nothing besides the Battle Pack and the Advent. And I do think they're the sort of sets that the Advent's going to sell well because people want an Advent. And the... Oh, hold up. I'm pretty sure we should put this on the other side. But we never got told to. We got the one... Did we? Did I miss it? I think I might have missed it. I think I might have missed it. Okay. So here we go. One clip down. It's going to be the next step, isn't it? Yeah, nothing there, nothing there. And then we have... What were we just putting on? Oh, we're covering... Oh, we're covering that. I think the grey's on. Yeah. Alright. I've just found a mistake in the Slave 1 instructions. I've just found a mistake. So, this is bag. What bag is this? Let's have a little look. Have to go at 10:30ish. I assume that's your local time because it's currently coming up to 3 o'clock. So bag 14, we had 2 of these elements, these bars, and as you can see, none of them are going on here. This is the building of the cockpit, and then we attach it to the Slave 1. It does say 2, oh, never mind, the mistake was mine. It was here the whole time, in this little bubble. I just thought that was a close-up of that. Alright, I'm putting it on. I really thought we'd found a mistake with the UCS Slave 1 instructions months after they've come out, and no one else had noticed. On to bag 15. Oh, we were so close to find it. I don't take joy in finding a mistake. A lot of times Lego do fix the mistake, but there are some instances where like the instructions are just never made for a multi-build. You know, like the 2-in-1, 3-in-1 sets. Sometimes there's just no instructions for them, or very rarely there's like a missing piece that was used in an early version of the set as well that makes its way into the instructions. Bag. Ooh! A white brick left behind. That's dangerous, that is. Was there another? Did I feel another brick? I think I'm just feeling things now. Lego things. Right, there we are. There were a few other patented bricks. We spoke about the, well, very briefly, we spoke about the Lights and Sounds Lego. Again, keep an eye out for a video over the next couple of days, detailing more on that. But there's also a few new triangular bricks, which is always fun to see, because Lego's predominantly square. May the bricks be with you, Benny Boat. And these triangular bricks are the wedges similar to, have we placed these wedges here? Similar to these wedges here, but purely triangular, like I think they're 4x4 triangle wedges actually, which are a bit new. We've got a few pieces that are similar, but definitely going to be used for some sort of roofing, some sort of cave maybe, some sort of, you know, that angled environment. And the reason I'm bringing it up building the Slave 1 is because in the playset the Slave 1 we get these Technic pieces that go behind the arches which hold the slopes, especially in the anniversary Slave 1 for the 20th anniversary all the way back 2019. And there's a new Technic triangular piece. Well, it's straight up triangle. It's not triangular, it is the triangle that is very reminiscent of that element. So I wonder if we're going to have some new Technic supported roofs in a new set. Maybe that could be, I don't think they'd do it modular. I think modular's strictly brick unless the Technic piece looks like something they can reference. But it's interesting to see the new elements we don't have sets for them. We have no knowledge whatsoever on how these are going to be used. No themes, no like price points to see how big the builds are going to be. We just know there are some new pieces coming our way. Maybe they're not even coming our way. LEGO have patented its fair share of bricks over the years just in case. Obviously there's also the side where you can look and go, oh, they've done it so that other brick companies can't patent them first. But they also do it just in case, because there's no telling what the next year will bring. It's nice to have a part and not need it than to need a part and not have it. But I'm intrigued to see where and when these new LEGO elements are going to be used, and if they are going to be used, of course. Especially after the January new pieces. There's a fair amount of recolors in August. Not really any new pieces, I don't think. There's not many new pieces in August, but we've got a few recolors. And there's probably going to be a few more translucent elements of each piece. If that piece is getting stronger, we've got a little look. I looked at Mini Superheroes Today review of the, what set is that? I don't even remember the set. It's the one with the Green Goblin. Is it like no. I keep thinking of the Oscorp Tower, the Superman one. But what's the Marvel one that's coming out? I can't remember, but there's a new Marvel set coming out that comes with the Green Goblin with a Ninjago helmet. Purple Ninjago helmet, can't unsee that. And the pumpkins for the Green Goblin, have a separate flame element as a hairpiece, translucent orange, but it's removable, which is a first, because any of us that have like Hades, that have Ghost Rider of past, will know that previously it's not been a removable element. It's been attached, nothing you can say or do about it, and LEGO have finally made it removable, which is lovely. I would like to pick up a new head for my Ghost Rider, maybe a unfiery one. Although I do have the darker headpiece. Maybe just a skeleton head will do with this fire element that's detachable. I think that's a massive upgrade. And mind you, a lot of the Spider-Man sets I'd like to pick up anyway. Is Oscorp Marvel? Oh no! Oh, Lex Luthor, isn't it? It's the Luthor Tower that is DC. Thanks, George. The purple helmet looks cool. Yeah, I realised I picked up a magazine for today's video actually. I picked up the Ninjago magazine, the brand new one that came out yesterday. Yeah, it came out yesterday, and I picked that up for today's video. I don't know, my videos are all over the place at the minute. I think it's today's video for 3PO, and I realised just how, first off, how blind I was. Oh dearie me, I am very blind when doing some of these magazine puzzles, but also just the fact of I don't really know Ninjago that well. Not as much. It's been a while since I've looked at any of the characters, so my knowledge of Ninjago, you'll have to forgive it. I do need to catch up on some Ninjago after Dreams, which is coming out as well. The Spectral Dragonian. Oh no, that's the next one, I think. The light blue one. The light blue Dragonian is in 2 months' time. The one that came out yesterday was Lloyd, the Dragon Rising Lloyd. Actually, where did I put the minifigure? I think I got the figure down here. Yeah, with a big old weapon. It was very, very similar to a I think it's like a 2021 polybag. I had a little look because I thought they re-released a 2021 polybag. This one, this Lloyd. I thought it was a re-release, but it's not. It's a different torso and legs, and the weapon has a few more pieces. This is the Lloyd that came in the magazine, and I picked it up. One of the elements from the weapon was a piece that I needed for a C3PO. You can check out the video for more. I also build a few other magazine builds in there and talk a little bit about Dreams. Let's get the Jango Fett out. I didn't even realise we didn't bring Jango Fett back out. There we go. Jango and Lloyd. Lloyd is kind of a kind of Boba Fett. I think Lloyd, out of all the ninjas, is the closest to Boba Fett, but that's stretching. That is stretching. Gonna buy 2 of those Spectral Dragonian magazines because it's a relatively rare figure. Yeah, I think that's the next one. I tell you what, let me try and find where I put that magazine. It's around here somewhere, isn't it? Oh, I tell you what, I think it was just under the pile of figures that I collected Lloyd from. But it's the trans light blue one with the dragon that detaches. Never seen anything like that. I don't follow Ninjago closely at all, otherwise I would have known that that's a thing. But that's crazy awesome. The fact that the like helmet, the wings and the little tail at the back just detaches to become a dragon. And also, Lego doing more of that style of minifigure does give me hope for Force Ghosts. Again, I've been bringing up Force Ghosts a lot lately. Lego are really pushing into Force Ghost territory. It's so nice. I cannot wait for when Lego finally give us Force Ghosts, because at this point, it's no longer a case of if, it's a case of when. It's a case of when Lego have the right tools in front of them. We've heard year after year that they're trying and it doesn't work. They're trying, it doesn't work. Now they've just got to do. They've got to stop trying, take a bit of Yoda's advice and do. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be picking up one of those next Ninjago magazines. There's a puzzle in the new one for anyone that's got it, where you've got to find a little chicken on a few of the pages. Oh, yes, that did not go well at all. I didn't find a single one, and then I gave it to my partner to do, and she found all of them instantly. When I say instantly, I mean, oh there, weren't you? You were finding them straight away, and I was just sat there gobsmacked.
I'm very observant.
You are. Even when I knew they were there, though, my eyes are fine. My eyes are fine. It's just my brain that's the problem. Either way, I'm getting back into Lego magazine puzzles. They are so fun. Maybe that's why, because it takes me a bit of time. The dragons on the back should detach in the show, but they're actually part of the characters and don't come off. So the magazine advertises on the back. I don't know how easy they are to pop off, but the magazine advertises detachable dragons, I think is what they call it. So I'm interested to see how they pop off, but honestly, I'm in it for the dragon. I'm on a dragon spree at the minute. Let's see if 2 months' time I still am, when the magazine comes out. But with How to Train Your Dragon as well, anything dragon is appealing to me. Star Wars need a dragon. Well, actually, not a dragon, a Zillo Beast. Star Wars need a Zillo Beast, don't we? Make it like a midi-scale Zillo Beast as well. Doc Ock arms for joints. And you go... Oh, hold up. Other way around. You go in there. Wait, this connects. How far down does this connect? I assume this would have been removable. but it's not. And does that... oh! 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 Look, the prisoners! These must be some cell bars or something. We've got like a bench back here with 2 headrests and enough for... Well, I guess they might not be headrests. They might be gaps between it. There you go. You can't really see the gaps between the bars, but we've got enough for at least 3 minifigures to sit there. You could probably squeeze in 4, but I don't know. I don't know about squeezing in 4. That might be a little bit tight, but yeah, that's pretty cool. So we got 2 seats in front. Then we got 3 prisoners out of the 6. I assume if that's back to back, you can get the 6 in. But there's room for exactly 6 carbonite bricks. And I do... How many carbonite bricks? Let me go get my carbonite bricks. Because it's been a while since I built my modular Jabba's Palace to sit on top of Tatooine Tower. Here we go. Here's all my custom... carbonite bricks. I have 7. No, we're gonna have to leave one behind. Oh no, we have a B2 battle droid. That one's not half bad. Deadpool. Gotta have Deadpool. Is Deadpool the only non-Star Wars one? Yeah, Deadpool can be left out. Deadpool doesn't belong in the slave one. Jar Jar Binks. And I do have like Han Solo, a Gamorrean, the Mithril. I think there was a few other Book of Boba ones. One came in the Razor Crest, one came in Jango Slave 1, one came in a few, the Han in Carbonite I've got so many of. I think I have one of these bricks and then I have a few of the molded version. We have a Stormtrooper. We have a Battle Droid to go along with a B2. We have Salacious B Crumb. Definitely deserves to be in Carbonite. And then we also have Ahsoka Tano. So I wonder if these actually fit in with the top then on. They might be a bit too tall. There is an extra brick's worth of room we can get from them. So I think they do all fit. We'll have to try that out later. Let's put these to the side for now. I'm going to try to build a UT-80 out of your spare parts. Good luck. Yeah, the UT-80 isn't an easy vehicle to build otherwise. Once I'm done with the turbo tank, I do want to try building it. There was a mock that I saw, and I want to try building that just as we built this without any instructions. So yeah, UT-80, very, very difficult build. Best of luck. Who knows, you might have it built before we put the Slave 1 built. I would also like a UT-80 battle pack. I'm still rooting for that. I think with the popularity of the UT-80, that's the perfect place for it. In a battle pack like the Swamp Speeder, secure you in, just like so. So many of these parts used. So now that we've got this element in, I mean the first one that we put in, these are the axles without anything, like with a flat side. They're the axles with the pressed side. This one's easy to remove, we just pull out the black piece, but there's 2 just below it you can't really see, and they've locked into this entire side here. Oh, I guess we could just pop this whole thing out and pull it apart. But if we end up locking, oh no, oh yeah, we've only got the Technic beams. Okay, so it's possible to break it down, but it's very, very difficult to do. Lego don't want us breaking down UCS sets. That's for sure. In you go. Nice and secure, and now any part of the cockpit you can lift up, wave it around, and it won't fall down. I've seen a few people build UT-80s out of the ATTE as well. I'm impressed with that. I mean, the cockpits are similar, but that's where the similarities end. I think there are so many other ATs that you could build with the ATTE. Have I seen the Plo Starfighter alt build? Yes, the stunt plane and Jedi Bob Starfighter. I love my Plo Koon mod, like custom build that uses the base of Kenobi Starfighter. I think the stunt plane has the perfect package of parts You bought the plane to build it. I think the good thing with that as well is Jedi Bob Starfighter at the minute is like 20 quid, 25 quid. Might be a bit too out of touch saying 20 quid, but 25 quid out of the 35 that it sold for. So you can get it almost half price, the 20 quid if you're lucky enough. And I think that was Amazon that had it for 20 quid. I think that might have been Amazon, if you're wondering where to find it. And the stunt plane is another cheap set as well. That goes for like a tenner, if you can catch that on sale. I think it's $17.99, but priced around £12 at most stores. So for the price of Jedi Bob's Delta, you can actually make yourself a Plo Koon Delta. You want the Plo Koon to go on top, it's going to set you back another like £5 or so. Oh, we've already done this side, haven't we? But I think that's great. Being able to pick up multiple Lego sets and build something that is not costing you much more than what it would as a Lego set. Perfect blend right there. Found it in Tesco's for $8.99. I assume it's going to be the... I assume it's going to be... Actually, that could be Plo Starfighter. That's a great deal if it is, but I assume that's the blue plane. I've also been seeing a lot of the Dragon, you know, the Creator Dragon 3-in-1 for £6 or $5.99 dotted about. Normally 2 for 15 or for $6.99, like $7.49 is common, but $5.99 is really nice. Nice when you see cheap Lego. Even if I don't pick it up, it's really nice seeing cheap Lego out and about. Makes me appreciate it. Oh, this is definitely the bigger slope there. I don't know if these slopes are new for this set. Probably not new for this set, maybe recolored. But these giant slopes are satisfying to place down because they are just like a giant 1x3 slope. They're a 1x4 by, is that a brick? By 5 plates, so by 1 2/3. For anyone having a little look for them. Bump. And we'll do it both sides. Yeah. Hello there. Hello there. Have I seen the Senate Battle alt build for the turbo tank? I haven't. Let me have a little look at that. For couple days ago. That's awesome. Oh, and there are instructions for this. I've seen an image pop up. Yeah, that's crazy how they've gone from a turbo tank to the Senate. When I say the Senate, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It must have about 8 pods, about 8 Senate pods, maybe 7 Senate pods. It's got the giant column in the middle, and then on top of that, a whole display like 20 plus centimeters tall. And then it's also got Palpatine's office, throne, table, the one that he duels in that's underneath the Senate. It's the complete Senate. Thank you for showing that. I want to get to building that as well now. It uses the wheel parts so well to hold up the different platforms. And I also quite like the sand blue here. That's arguably a better look than it is on the original turbo tank, but I don't mind it on the original turbo tank. I just think it looks better as the Senate. Ooh. Do I use blue tack or anything to keep my 3D printed bricks connected to official Lego bricks? Because you're having some trouble getting them to connect. So it depends where you're getting your 3D printed bricks from. I usually design my own, and what you'll see on the video is usually like the 5th print of them, because I've printed, okay, the studs need to be a bit larger. What I have found is printing the studs down, because the 3D printer does mush the studs a little bit. Printing studs down works better. Sometimes the studs can be a bit small. Even when I design them to be perfect to Lego, they just shrink a little bit because of how small the studs are. I will say, since exchanging printers, since upgrading printers to the Bamboo A1 Mini, which is what I have at the minute, I haven't had problems with plates on top. So with Plo's Delta, for instance, those wings go on top of Lego. That's not been a problem. But I think Plos Delta has some blue tack. I think Plos Delta has some blue tack. Let me have a little look. Because I built this way before the set come out. And I think... No, they're all... for the front... Oh, no, because they're designed as well. Alright, I don't have blue tack on Plos Delta. But sometimes, yeah. Sometimes with official Lego, if the brick has been cracked, what I'll do is I'll whack a little bit of blue tack in the side of the stud, just to get it a little thicker. Oh, the giant B1. That giant B1 in the background, let me bring up the big screen, just so you can see it a little bit better. I know on shorts you're not going to see it too well, but at least you can see that big B1 over there. The back stud of that, the clip that's holding on the blaster, does have a bit of blue tack. Because what I found is when putting it on and off quite a bit, the plastic, it must have just fit. The joint here, and let's see if I can turn it. Oh no, actually I didn't use blue tack. I used a hairband. So the joint of it was perfect for this clip. And after a while, because it was hexagonal, it wore down. So what I've done is I've squeezed a hairband underneath it to get that friction. Let's see how I put this back on. I don't even remember how I did this. And that keeps it held on. But yeah, blue tack works just as well. There we go. Oh, had to get this at an angle. All right, I'm never going to get this back on now. I've done it on stream. Watch, I'll end stream and this will go perfectly back on. But sometimes you do need an extra little bit of something to stick in there. And just to hold them in place. Yeah, blue tack's completely fine. I feel like the hairband was a lot smarter than me. I don't know how I thought of that. that was a good idea there. But so far, yeah, I tend to just reprint the bricks because they're small enough. I tend to use the bricks elsewhere, you know, as filler bricks for another project that I'm working on. But definitely, if your studs are a little loose, whack a bit of blue tack on them. I always have blue tack to hand. There's my little ball of blue tack that I've got stuck under my desk just in case I need it. Although I will admit it's more of a fidget toy than a Lego tool. I haven't been using blue tack recently. Trying to think of an official Lego thing that I use blue tack. Oh, I have used blue tack recently. So in today's video, don't want to spoil it too much, but I build a little. I won't show you, but I build a little droid. And it's a really cool droid. And in one of the stages for that, I was having trouble getting the head to stick on. So what I did was I used the same pieces that I use in the video, but I flip it in half and I just had some blue tack stick it to a tile whilst I was working on how to connect it. Because rather than get stumped and the rest of the build take forever, I flipped it down on the side, blue tacked it to the torso, and then carried on with the build. And that was the very last thing that I did. I went back and all I ended up doing was adding a jumper. One little stud sticking out, and that solved it. So it was actually quite easy. But while I was pondering on that, yeah, I stuck it down with a little bit of blue tack so I could get on with it and finish it off. Comes in very handy for Lego. No problem, no problem. Keep the questions coming. Yeah, that's why I like live streaming rather than creating a video, because this could have very well been a video. Oh, let's get you back in. But with a video, it's harder to respond to some comments, and if you do have little queries like that, it's much easier for me to help you in a stream than in a comment section. One. Although we don't have anything on the bottom. Maybe that's because only a stud fits in. No, a tile would have fit. Yeah, one tile would have just fit, but we would have then had to have placed that before placing all of these slopes. At one point there was definitely a tile on that plate there. Oh, hello there. Yeah, over from the vertical stream. I see. Thanks for watching. And then another one of these satisfying slopes. Oh, something about these slopes. Really like them. And we need 4. Lovely. 1, 2. Are these? Are these... No, that one's not spare. Are the rest of these spare? Are we at the end of bag 15 already? You could never stream while you build. You get so worried you mess things up. I think it's quite fun when you mess up sometimes, especially when occasionally, very occasionally, one of you will catch it before I do. You'll notice something's gone wrong and me trying to figure it out. It is a bit amusing. When I watch it back, maybe not in the moment, but it is a bit amusing. Alright, there's one side done. I think we've got some big wedges, probably in the next bag, we've got some big wedges to go over that. And, oh, hold on, we've only needed 4 of these. Do we get a spare 1x3 bar now? Don't question it, I'm just going to accept that. Awesome. But definitely, you get used to it. It's also quite a fun activity, actually. Multitasking, because I always, when I'm building off stream, which I don't really do anymore. Bag 16. Oh, perfect! Perfect tear. When I build off stream, if I build off stream, or if I'm like fixing something up, I tell you what I do a lot off stream, part out sets. So when I'm parting out sets, I tend to have some sort of video, or I've been watching a few live streams recently. Not really Lego. I don't watch Lego content, but I have something else up on the background, and I'll be doing something, not editing a video, but for instance, editing a video where I'm, you know, parting a few bits out, and then I'll do something, and then I'll part a few bits out. So I think I get used over time to multitasking. And I like to thank the stream for helping me be able to do that. I don't feel like I could do that beforehand. Not this well. Oh, Inga. Where's this go? You there? Yeah. Hello there, Moonshoes. Welcome. Welcome back. Do I collect Lego Star Wars minifigures? I do. Do I show it off? What video do I show off? I've shown off my minifigures recently, just the general display. I should probably do a little update on my collection this year, because I've got so many minifigures in the last year. It's really built out the collection. But I tend to say I don't collect, because, you know, I'm not trying to get every single one. I'm still collecting minifigures at the end of the day. That's the reason we're picking up the Slave 1 for that new Kaminoan. And also just to get a midi scale Jango Slave 1, because that ship just behind the turbo tank there is a recolor of the 2019 Slave 1 for Jango. We have a microfighter just in front of the B1 battle droid. I think I built the Advent. I built an Advent calendar Jango Fett as well. Jango Fett Slave 1. And I misplaced it. It's so small. I'm wondering if I parted it out. I might have just accidentally broke it back down, because it's that small that it might have fallen into a parts bin or something. But yeah, I think having one of every size of ship would be really cool, just to look at on the desk, the bunch of them. That would be pretty awesome, wouldn't it? Got a spare green 1x3 bar with Maul's infiltrator. They must be included them as spares, yeah. They're spares now. It's a fun piece to include as spares, because you think how many Lego pieces are smaller than a 1x3 bar. Even some of like the 1x2 ingots and that are shorter than the bar. But I think the bar probably weighs about as much as, I guess, the 1x2 grill's a spare piece. So it's not to do with size, it's the weight of the piece. But then I feel like this connector has got to have enough plastic. It's slightly bigger than a 1x3 bar in the diameter, so it's got to have enough plastic as a 1x4 bar or a lightsaber hilt. A lightsaber hilt probably has a similar amount of plastic. Wonder where they draw the line. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is the piece that we got the partner to. this 2x2 plate with the 2 plates on top, we're getting a partner to it that is a bracket on the bottom with 4 studs, but still the 1x2 plate on top. I saw that earlier as well. So that could work, potentially, to connect this to any sort of wall or that, just a plate in the middle to hold it all together. And that would secure a lot more Star Wars builds without Technic. Still take up a bit. You'd need, what, like 3 studs across. But, yeah, it's a new piece. Interesting to see how it's going to be used. So what am I picking up August 1st? Honestly, I might stick by... I've picked up quite a few little bits. Obviously the Mace Windu minifigure, which the light up Mace Windu minifigure is the most recent purchase here. A few things arriving after it. A few things still waiting on. But I think Windu's the last thing I purchased. And that's probably cost me, you know. Could I have got the entire August wave with it? No. That's like hundreds, £600-700 I think we worked out. That might be with the UCS. But it still cost me quite a bit. So I probably won't pick up anything in August. If I do, it will be the Slave one or the Torrent. Or like one of the older sets on sale. Sales aside, it will probably be the Torrent or the Slave one. But again, start of the year, August is meant to be a no Lego month. I might keep that up. What else have we got rest of the year? So we got August, no Lego. July, or was it July? January was no Lego, wasn't it? February, March, April, May, June, July was no Lego. Oh, we haven't kept to that. What if I swap it? August, September. Oh, you don't want no Lego to be August, September, do you? Yeah, I might have failed that for this year. We'll try again next year, and we'll probably fail it around the same time. Any of you that didn't catch on January, I'd said about doing a no Lego every other month. So I got through to building it, and to be fair, I've kept on to that. I don't think there's any Lego I've got and haven't built besides the one set that members got a sneak peek for, and we'll be building in November later on this year. No more news about that. If you are wondering where to look, you do have a members video tab on the channel, and it was quite some time ago. So if you're scrolling back through trying to find the video, and it's a member sneak peek, one of those videos, and if you think you've gone too far, keep scrolling. It's probably not showed up yet. That was a while ago. Almost forgot about that, actually. I don't know where I've put that. I'll find it by November, hopefully. Anyway, so I don't know what I'm picking up. That being said, I don't know if I'm picking up anything August 1st. Need to get your phone sorted so you could be a member again. Oh, what's wrong with your phone? As long as you're still able to, browse lego.com and open YouTube, that's something. I'm so happy I upgraded mine. Can't believe how much we've actually got done this year in terms of, how much Lego we've got and different things we've done for the channel. 10k subs is impressive. Can't buy anything. Ah, I see. So maybe that's not good, being able to open the Lego site and not being able to buy anything. That actually sounds quite not good. That doesn't sound good. Sounds good in terms of saving money and all. But if there's a new set, I'm sure Lego isn't the site we're going to. Where do you go? 4 studs down. Oh, it's like it was made for it. Perfect fit. And then you're the little connector. It's interesting seeing all this like greebling that will be well hidden under here, but it's so detailed compared to the smaller playsets. And I mean, that's just a 1x1 cheese slope on the microfighter. 1, 2. Sometimes just $2.99 off is a really good deal though, isn't it? Sometimes it is a really, Really good deal. If that's like a new Star Wars set. I mean, I was surprised that some of the Dune sets are already 10 or 10, I think they were 15% off. They were £10. They're usually £13 and they were like $10.49 something. Which is surprising because they're only just fairly new sets. Usually I'd swoop in on that, but they seem to be everywhere at the same price. Ooh. Blue fading into green. And a 2 by 2 by 2? No, a slope. I feel like there should be a 2 by 2 there, no. Oh, it's kind of a 2 by 2. Kinda. Kinda not really a 2 by 2. And 2. Oh, I think we've got a slope. No, it doesn't feel slopey. Maybe they're exposed studs. Right, exposed studs on a UCS set. Even I was laughing at that. That doesn't sound right. A bit more greebling. 2, there we are. I wonder how long it will be before the UCS Death Star goes on sale. Before we get set, because genuinely there has been weeks after Star Wars sets, weeks after any Lego set, even Icons sometimes has really good deals. Some of the exclusive sets don't, but some of them do. Ooh. And they'll be on sale not long after release, but the UCS Death Star is massive. I don't think that's going to have the same treatment as other Star Wars sets, or other Lego sets, despite how big. Because I'm sure by now I think the Titanic retired, but we've got the Eiffel Tower. That's probably on some good sales. Death Star is going to be like a year before it goes on sale. Next year, it'll be like 25% off for May 4th. Imagine 25% off. Oh, that would be tempting when it's £1,000. When you're looking at a set that's $1,000, which is the rumour, so it's not going to be £1,000. It might be €1,000. Maybe Lego just, you know, 1,000 on the board, because $1,000, €1,000, £1,000 sounds like a lot, but then 1,000 Canadian dollars is a little less. 1,000 Aussie dollars, that's a little less. 1,000 zloty, 1,000 zlotys, like what, a couple £100, if that. That doesn't sound too bad. I'd be going. I'd be taking a flight to Poland if it's just 1,000 zloty. Enjoying a nice holiday for the money I'm saving. And that's one away. Really hope it is now. Get my hopes up. Here's the 2 big old slopes. Same ones as on, yeah, that playset. And we've only spaced them out 2 slopes at the top and one, oh, I guess 1 slope on each side. So we've only spaced them out a little bit. They must be massive compared to the scale of that one. They must be massive. They are like a third of the height, whereas I think these are more of a quarter of the height of the entire ship. And then we also have these fairly new slopes on top. Oh, these are satisfying pieces as well. These 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 by 5 rounded. I don't even know how to describe them. They're like the 1 by 2s that we just put down a few seconds ago. One of the interior bits. And then we got a few bricks to finish it off. There we go. Knew one of them was going to be this way. And there we are. I guess onto the other side to do, again, the same thing, but on the other side of the ship. Am I right? Of course I am. I've been building it long enough to know. Oh. No extra pieces. No, it doesn't seem to be. 17. So we've got 18, 19, 26 bags left. Ooh. 6 bags left. So I would want the wing. The wings are probably going to be pretty large. They might be their own bag. So we've got 1, 2. Then we've got, that is fine. The cockpit, 3, 4, 5, 6. Final, like finish. Oh no, we've got the display stand. That's 6. So we've got the cockpit on the inside, which might be paired with this top bit. Maybe the wings are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the display stand just off screen is number 6. That might be. Thank you. I picked up this shirt basically especially for this stream. I saw it with all the planets on the top. I don't tend to wear black, but I saw it with all the planets on the top and I fell in love with it. I do agree. Just, and oh yeah, got that one. Ah, I do think this is exactly how we built it. There we are. Because I remember this ingot going down and we didn't find out what that was for, did we? No, we covered it. Oh, oh no, oh that'll come off there. Was that down? Yeah. We covered it, it's in there. We covered it, we buried it. It's there. The coolest shorts. Oh, I thought I misread that. Well, thank you. Yes, the shirts are cool. The coolest shorts. Thank you. I thought I misread that. The shirt that I was wearing in the last stream as well, the Stormtrooper shirt, my fiance got me for our anniversary. I was going to wear this on Tuesday's stream, but then decided to wear that one instead. So I do like a good shirt. I do like a good shirt. Yeah, I don't tend to wear black shirts, but when they have cool planets and space designs on them, I think it can be forgiven. Space is a pretty dark place. Oh, I did read right. You mistyped it. See, sometimes it's meant to happen, isn't it? I'll misread shorts as shirt when it's actually meant to be shirts, not shorts. I've disabled, after the conversation last stream, I've disabled not predictive text, the autocorrect on my phone. I've disabled it because I went on a little Star Wars tangent and I was researching something in Legends and it kept autocorrect it, and it wasn't like a Legends name. You know, Mythraw Naruto, which is Thrawn's full name, my phone wouldn't have a problem with. But I put in Luke Skywalker and it's going to autocorrect it to Duke Skywalker. It will be something silly like that. So I've disabled autocorrect now in my phone. So if you ever see any posts that have misspellings of any words, it's because I've disabled autocorrect. I still get predictive text. So if I don't know how to spell a word I haven't used for a while, it will still correct me, thankfully. But for anything else, yeah, I've turned off the predictive text. Oh, forgot a plate. No, autocorrect. Turned off autocorrect just so it stops correcting me when I don't want it to. I'd rather choose when. I think we can all agree on that. The worst thing is when I type something and, I mean, sometimes in chat, I forgive you all because, you know, you want to get your message out as quickly as you can. That's completely fair. But when I'm typing, normally I have all the time in the world and I still end up sending like sometimes it don't even make sense. Sometimes I don't even know what I was typing. But it's funny. It does make for a few funny stories. Hello there, are you late? I think you've arrived perfectly on time. Have you been having problems with autocorrect as well? We are building the slave on. We are bag 17? Weren't we on bag 15? We had 6 bags, 18, 19, 20. Oh no, we were on bag 17. Oh, that flew by. I don't remember when we got so far for that. Also, good idea, Lego. put in the pin with a stud on the side in this 2 brick wide hole that, you know, it doesn't matter if you have something hanging out, just so you've got this joint. Lego need to invent just a single pin. I don't know what the purpose would be for. It'd be so annoying because it'd be stuck. It could get stuck in so many different elements. Oh, it's a good thing that Lego didn't. But even this one could get stuck in a few elements of old. You never know. I guess that's something that could be said with a load of bricks though. Like a 1x1 tile in a 2x2 brick. That's nasty to be stuck in, because not like a 2x4 where you can get a bar in there. It's so hard to get out. Currently rebuilding all your broken ships and tanks. Need 4 red spring-loaded shooters. But you've got 7 green ones. I keep my red ones separate. I've got 2 drawers. I think I've shown them off a few times. I think it's in this unit here, just up there. I've got 2 drawers filled with the bricks at the front, and then one of them... Bricks at the front? No, bricks at the back. And in the front, the red one is filled up. And then the other one's got green. It's got 2 different type of metallic ones. It's got blue. It might even have like a clear... Oh no, yellow. Yellow, I think it is. I think it's got a yellow one in there. I don't know where I was getting half these colours from. But it's got a few different colours in there. Because red is always the colour that we need for Star Wars. Well, not always. I think the Slave 1 actually used the wrong colour. The 2019 Slave 1 either used red when it needed green or green when it needed red. And it's an odd choice, that sort of thing, because a lot of the ships, the anniversary ships and the UCS ships, actually have images of, or scenes of the Slave 1 at the front. So when they get the colour wrong and it's in an image a few pages before, I get it's done afterwards, but it's quite amusing to read through as we're building it, because it does seem like they've made the mistake after reading through all these images. Maybe they should provide the images first. Yes, the Slave 1. I still can't... I mean, I do think it's just down to the Lego set designer, what they call the set, which is why we've got the Juggernaut for the new turbo tank. But I still find it odd that they've called it the Starfighter after so many years of Slave 1. Thankfully, Lego have fixed it on their website. You search for Slave 1 and it does show up, which it didn't originally. Originally, you search for Slave 1 and I think Google still shows up the old Slave 1 and all the playsets and doesn't show this up. But if you're on lego.com, it does show up under Slave 1. It's just a personal preference of the designer, I guess, and all the other hands working on it. It's nice that designers, much like in the movie business, where you're getting different actors and that step into director roles and keeping it all going, because at the end of the day, where else are directors coming from? They don't grow on trees. It's nice to see some of the Lego set designers getting a little more power over some of these sets, and being able to name sets and sometimes come up with their complete original designs, as of with the Lego show. What's it? Rebuild the Galaxy. Always forget the name of that. Don't ask me what season 2's called. I don't remember that. Season 2. It's like Broken Pieces, something like that. Bricks of the Past. That rings a bell. Something like that, at least. Why aren't you going in? Pieces of the Past. There you go. Oh, so close. Bricks of the Past. Pieces of the Past sounds a lot better. Lego did a good job with that. Can't believe I was that close. I've only talked about it recently. Making a tight interceptor mock. Ooh. Nice. I'm looking at building... I'll tell you what, the UCS TIE Fighter is not a set I'm looking forward to trying to build or part out, because that's probably going to be one of the last sets. I'd rather do the UCS TIE Fighter, just personal preference, nothing against the Interceptor. And I also like my fig scale Interceptor model, actually. I'll probably rebuild that before doing the UCS version. But the UCS set has so many exclusive Technic-y parts that, well, not even exclusive, because we've got 2 of them in this UCS set. On the back, on the back here, we've got these pieces here. I'm pretty sure they're included in the TIE Interceptor around the cockpit to make the transition from Technic to Lego brick a lot smoother. There you are. But that's going to be a fun one to build. Try and part out, find all those elements. And now we got the wonky one. You, I remember. Well, not you. The twin from the other side. Season 2. Oops, I dropped my UCS. Just a UCS universe. Yeah, that's kind of what the Skywalker saga is, isn't it? We had the... Well, we didn't have the UCS Venator. Or was that? Was that the UCS Venator? We had the UCS Star Destroyer. We had the UCS Slave 1. We had the UCS Gonk. Still waiting on that UCS Gonk to be a Lego set. And we had... What was the other UCS we had? We got a few of the... Oh, did we get the UCS like X-Wings and TIEs? I think we actually got the 2015 Solo TIE rather than the UCS version. But we got a few UCS sets in there. The UCS ATST, because it has a load of grey pieces, I'm fairly confident that I've got all the parts for that already. I am when that comes out, I'm going to check all the parts for all of the new August sets and run them through against my collection, which is why it's so important that I part out the rest. Well, I've got like the ATM6 and I've got a few other little mock builds, and I think I still have the body of my 2019 X-Wing hanging around. I'm pretty sure that's still down to my left. So I need to part those all out. And then, and little other bits that I've tried to get like instructions finished for and that were from videos long gone. I've got a few of those to part out, and once they are parted out and I know which bricks I have, or at least which sets I have built, then I can go along and catalogue every brick in my collection and then just run it against inventories on like Brick Owl or wherever, and run it against those inventories and see which sets I can build day one. Because I think if I can do that, then I know which sets I should be focusing on picking up. Because minifigures are great and I'll pick them up eventually, but you know, if I already have the parts, I might as well pick up the minifigures in a sow. Save a bit of money while I'm at it. Can you see the ATM6? You can see the foot and the leg of the ATM6 because I've started parting it out, and the middle bit, the rest of the ATM6 is still in this bag, but I've got 4 legs. There you go, that's one of the legs. This is what makes the ATM6 special, because the front leg, just like that, is a gorilla leg. It's got the fist down, and that's how it walks with its front legs. But I've parted out the top part of all the feet and the bottom part of the torso. That's a work in progress, that one. You go left or right? Right. And there's a few other, like the body of the 2019 X-Wing. I don't know why I've still got that around. I broke that down ages ago. And I was at some point going to build a... I'll tell you how long ago that was. Last year I was going to build an Arc 170 out of it, before the new set came out. So I probably broke it down around then. And then just never did anything with it. The UCS Gonk droid would need a sound chip. I think the UCS Gonk... So once this video is... Actually, it'll be a few days. So in a few days' time, there'll be a video coming out that I just recorded literally before hitting stream, before hitting live. And that's 2 of these. Talking about a brick that came out last year, but has only recently been patented by Lego. So now they can move forward and produce it a bit more without anyone nabbing their design. And also not have to put patent pending in every one of the bricks. And keep an eye on that, because I think including that brick in the Gonk and then a little sound chip in the minifigure scale Gonk, that's where it's at. And then you put the minifigure scale Gonk like on the big Gonk and it starts making Gonk noises. A sound brick with 32 versions of Gonk would be amazing. That's all it says. It only says Gonk, but there are 32, and they're different enough to, you know, tell. Oh. Oh, haven't seen this in a Lego set before. 2 cheese slopes perfectly smooth because they've been offset by half a plate. Nice one, Lego. And then we've got this other cheese slope at the bottom that's just sticking out just a little bit. Just a little bit. But that's nice. And this goes just at the front. Oh, this goes in here. Now the 1.5 plate gap is making sense. Same on the other side. I bought the old Ark at Brickfest right before the new one was announced. Oh, crazy. Crazy. Imagine, I don't think the new one was too badly priced, but I got gifted that actually. But now it's reduced to like 40 odd quid, isn't it? Which is great for an Ark, for a Starfighter. Originally £60 because it is a few pieces less than the X-Wing, but it's still X-Wing scale, X-Wing size. Even if it is a bit thinner in the wings, you know, we've only got what do they call them? Not X foils. Are they like W foils, aren't they? Because they've got the 3, I can't remember what they call them, or M foils. But they are a bit smaller than an X-Wing. But that illusion, we're getting a full ship for like 40 quid with 3 clones exclusive to that set. And I don't think none of them are in the advent. I don't think we'll see those clones again. Not for a long time. Oh, cheating with this one now. We're introducing hinges with slopes. Oh, for the sticker. Alright, for the sticker you're forgiven. And which sticker? 11? Oh, both 11. I thought it was this one. I was going to say, that's a bit long, isn't it? May the bricks be with you, Organic Air. S-foils. S-foils? Is that what they're called? Oh, nice. S-foils in attack position. Because they look like a little S, innit? Alright, one of them's this way. How does it look on the slave one? Slave what? Oh, I should have specified Jango slave one, shouldn't I? Always brings up Bova. How does this look? Is it right? No, there's a little gap. There's a little gap between this and the cockpit. So I'm going to put this in the middle to make it as accurate as we can. Hey, we did it! Perfect. Oh, well, I don't have a magnifying glass. It does seem pretty cool. I'd say if anything, the yellow's probably a little further away from the edge of the slope. So let's replicate that on the other side, and no one will be able to tell any difference. And then that one goes that way around. And we're running out of stickers here. No, we're not, actually. They're separate stickers. I keep forgetting that these two are separate stickers on the inside here, and same with these two. And then we've got some cockpit stickers that blend in. So we're probably only a third through the stickers. Forget what I said. I think that's perfect. Perfectly replicated, a little further on the yellow side. Honestly, I don't think a few weeks ago I could have done that. Not like that, at least. And that goes straight over. Oh, it goes straight over the slopes. Oh, we've just covered the slopes. Oh, they look quite good. And now we've got to get the exact same. Now we've got to get the exact same distance on these larger slopes. All right, now the challenge begins. So let's get the plates in first. And these will go right above the 1x4s. Let's see if we can do it. The yellow looks a little thicker on these. Ooh. First up is this way. Nah, a little wonky. Good thing with these longer stickers is it's easier to tell when you've put it on wonky because the end of it is like way off center. Oh yes! But when you get it right, it is so rewarding. That's perfect. And then this goes on here. Does it line up? Almost perfectly. There's a little lip there. Yeah, I don't know how Lego could get rid of that. I guess with this little lip down here as well, it sort of does line up. You'd need what, a 4-point something slope, a 1x4.2 or something like that to get it in perfect, which Lego aren't going to do for this. And then the same thing for the other side. All right, back to focusing. I thought it was wonky at first, but it wasn't. It was perfect first time. First try, and there we go. So that whole cockpit interior bit that I said would have its own bag probably is going to be shared with the top piece here because, well, that's the slopes on either side, and we're already onto bag 18. Not too shabby. I think I found the thing with these bags. I think I found the way to get a perfect rip every time. And that is by holding your thumb alongside the paper and then using that to push it away rather than just grabbing it and tearing it like you'd expect. You grab it and use your thumb to push it the whole way along and then do the same on the other side. Meet somewhere in the middle and you have a perfect tear, or you could just get scissors and, you know, chop the whole way along. But I think this one's more fun. It's like the thumb tabs of a Lego box. You're just not going to be able to replace them. There's something fun about those thumb tabs. I wonder if Lego introduced thumb tabs now, how that would go down. Hello there, Owen. Could you imagine Lego never having thumb tabs and then they bring them in now where they have quite a predominant adult fan base? I wonder if there'd be complaints about it being too childish or something. But because we're reminiscing about it, everyone seems to unanimously love them. Though thumb tabs of recent haven't been up to the standard, I must say. I struggle with the thumb tabs now. Not only are they a bit too hard to press in, but they don't break off like they used to. They're a lot more difficult. It might be the new recyclable material they're using for their boxes. Maybe they need to perforate those as well. There we are, bag 18, focusing. Two of the same side of slope. I'm going to assume they're both. Not wait. Oh, yeah, they're both for this side. Right. Thought we were the wrong sides. There we go. It's going good, thank you. Bag 18 of the UCS Slave 1, and this build has not disappointed. You've all been right. This is honestly the best thing I've built in Lego. Even building the Master Builder series Cantina, it just doesn't compare to this. It's just a different style of set, isn't it? This is like building a prop that's going to be used in like a Lego movie or something. This is an amazing build. But yes, the build so far, if I had to give it a score, it has been a bit difficult at times. For a master builder such as myself, you know, not too difficult, but a little bit difficult. And this is the but some parts like this is genius. So Lego have included 2 gears here to give us some resistance when turning what is about to be the twin cannons on the front, And this axle should ride all the way through to the other side. There you go. You see the red on the other side of the slave one's nose, and that will turn both of them at once, but give it a little bit of resistance so they're not just, you know, we saw it with the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel we could spin all day, but we don't want that for the twin blasters. We don't want them to be loose at all. So instead we got that one extra gear for a bit of resistance. We might replicate that on the other side, just so we're not twisting the axle. Actually, that would twist the axle in the middle. Maybe we won't replicate it, but yeah, very interesting. Working on an 18 48 by 48 baseplate Alien City. Yes, the Alien Conquest. Is it still Alien Conquest themed? I remember talking about that. Oh, look at that. The next step, and it shows us we will not be putting a gear on here. Instead, we've got a little spacer. That just stops the axle twisting on the inside. Not a big concern for a 2 brick wide brick in the middle, but might be for longevity. Alien Conquest is something I wouldn't mind returning. And I think we said this last time, but Alien Conquest, I feel like that's the sort of theme that could pop up in City every so often. Maybe Alien Conquest as a theme isn't anything that would survive on its own for years and years, but you know, City needs an alien invasion from time to time. We had, last year was space. I guess space kind of works, doesn't it? We could have had a bit more space with it, but space was more exploration. This year we had F1. I think next year we go alien invasion. Every other theme's going cars. Star Wars has 10-20 pound speeders. We've got the Speed Champions Cobb Vamp speeder, the Speed Champions Hagrid and Harry bike with a sidecar, which I would like to see brick built. I don't want to see a Lego bike used like Indiana Jones. I would like that to be completely brick built. And then we've also got 2 of these, do we? We've got McQueen, we've got the DeLorean. City already has a lot of cars. You know what could look good with cars? Alien Conquest. Get a few aliens car. Maybe aliens have cars now. Maybe we get a UFO car. Speed Champions can continue as usual, but in actual City sets, I'd love to see aliens snuck in. And like the January sets, January have a little alien hidden in a cupboard, and there's like just an alien minifigure in the background. And then we get through to the summer. We get close. We get like around March through June. We then see more alien stuff, and then the summer's just straight up alien cars, alien shops. We get a corner shop that's run by aliens, and it's got a load of alien bits from the last space sets. You know, they go all out aliens, and it's like a gradual takeover. And then we get a few Alien Conquest police force sets, that sort of thing. And then by next year, by the year after, 2027, just wishing away time at this point, then it all goes back to regular City. I think that's a fun story. I'd love Lego to adopt that idea. But yes, I did like your Instagram post. Yeah, all mocks. Maybe that's what it needs to be. Maybe that's just one giant mock in the works there. Maybe we leave it to the mock builders, because I wonder how far City would go with that. They'd have to still continue. Jungle's doing well. Arctic Exploration is doing well. I wonder how far they'd go with an alien takeover. No. Does it say no? And that goes on. That doesn't say no, does it? Is that the N? Let me have a little look. N in Orbesh? Just give me a load of alphabets. I don't want alphabet. Not that I can see it. I want N. What is it? It's like the bracket. The bracket with the N. Oh, I guess it's A, B, C, D, where N. Bracket with the N. N-O-S-T. Oh, VT, is that a... What is VT? E. N-O-S-T, no steg. What makes sense? No S-T, that's gotta read something, right? Is that the S? That is the S. That is the T. And then that's the, oh, it's not a G. Similar, no step. Oh, no step. Okay. I see. So that, I think that goes about there with the other one on the nose. You worked at the Discovery Centre in Manchester for about 7 months. Oh, what was it like? That sounds fun, that does. I like seeing all the different builds in the Discovery Centre. It just sucks that I hear so much, and personally I haven't been to the Discovery Centre, so I cannot attend to this. Perhaps Owen's better to clear it up, but it does suck that I hear a lot about adults not being well. Discovery Centres are a safe place for children, and a lot of activities I think are locked to children. I think that's what it is. I don't think it's a no adult space. I think it's more just child focused. You know, it's a Discovery Centre, isn't it really? It's in the name. But I would love to go around a Discovery Centre. It's like a mini Legoland. I do think it is quite like a Legoland, isn't it? In terms of the mini cities and that. Yeah, that's an interesting question actually from Jack. What did you do for work? Was it so? Because Discovery Centres do have Lego stores as well, don't they? Dustin models. It sounds fun. It might look fun online, but that's a lot of work when you're in a Discovery Centre. I assume the work was too much. Definitely sounds like Dustin models. Could you imagine trying to keep them all clean? Ah, by the time you finish a round, you'd be back to dusting them again. You remember Windsor in 2014? Oh, nice. I think the last time I went Windsor in just before 2014, like 2012 or something like that. But the last time I went would have been a few years ago, like 6 years ago. Not long off there. So it's about time I probably go back. But that's good. I do like Miniland. There's a lot else to enjoy at Legoland, but Miniland always stands out. It was a shame when I went a couple of years back to see that the Star Wars exhibit has closed down. They're not doing the Star Wars anymore. They lost the license for it, I guess, for Disneyland, because Disneyland still has... Disneyland Paris, when I went, had a lot of Lego brick-built sculptures. But you still get them in stores. Lego stores and other stores. A retail assistant. Oh, nice. Probably still had to dust any of the Lego on display. But a lot less than you would if you're in the room with them all. Oh, the exclusive sets at Legoland are a bit more expensive, aren't they? They are for people that probably don't intend on coming back. Oh wait, this is the other side. We just started on this nose bit here, and they were like, no, we're going the other way now. Oh, and this goes there. No, it doesn't. It goes in here. Ah, like that. So the wedge lines up to the slopes. Little angle on it. Oh yes, and then do we push this in now? Yeah, this little bit up there. Right, straight in it goes. Solid. What do I think about the UCS Levon having an exclusive Jango sets? Oh, like the UCS Land Speeder not having an exclusive 3PO, and I think that's the only one. I think the UCS Land Speeder is one of the only sets that has had an exclusive figure and that since has been made not exclusive. A lot of people will throw Rex in, but I do think the exclusive figure was always going to be Yularen. Lego said, Lego was saying at the time they couldn't make Rex exclusive to a expensive set, and everyone just thought they went back on it. But yeah, I think Rex was always going to come in another set, whether it had been as quick as the U-Wing Microfighter or a set down the line. But I do like the fact that the UCS sets have that exclusive minifigure. I was very much of the case of, you know, UCS sets being for the big model. Do they need the minifigure? I'd have liked a few of the henchmen in the skiff for the Jabba set. But now I've built it, it makes sense that you've got... Because if you get rid of the exclusive Jango, I do feel like there's no point in Jango being here either. No offense to Jango, you know, it's Jango's ship, every right. But you might as well buy the playset for the minifigures, and this is more of a display set. You think about the A-Wing, for instance, that I think it does come with a pilot, but it doesn't fit in the ship. I think it is all about the model, but now we have a really cool set. So we have that same set, with or without the figures, and on top of that, we get some really cool exclusive printed minifigures. I do like it. I do like it. Now that I've got one in hand, you know, it does make you change your mind about it. Wait, this... Where does this go? Is there a clip in here? Oh yeah. Oh, the tiniest clip. Nice, and then we're going to get some green to pile up there, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Green and yellow. Green and yellow. Knew it. Working at the Discovery Centre was cool to begin with, but got boring after a while. Oh, fair enough. I found that about working in like retail and that. It's a very repetitive and very repetitive job. So it was hard to stay focused, stay concentrated on anything when you're doing the same thing every day, in and out. Well, not every day. Every week, in and out. Haha! And then the slope and another slope. Ooh. One slope and another slope. To lock everything in place, that's not coming out. There we are. Would have been cool to have seen a Clone Wars Slave one. The minifigures could have been all the bounty hunters from that Clone Wars arc. I think it would have been cool to have seen like a lot of them, because we got Ayla Secura, I want to say, Embo, the Clone Wars Boba, we haven't seen Boba yet. Are they leaving Boba to the end? Which would have come with a similar Boba to this set, but with Omega styled arms and then also a different hairpiece for the Clone Wars, which maybe they could have done for this Slave one. That would have worked, just to make Boba exclusive as well, but that's something that we can do with the parts we've got. And yeah, a few bounty hunters wouldn't have hurt, but I do think Embo's being saved for the Mandalorian. Embo's meant to be coming in the Mandalorian, so that would be cool. No problems, Owen. May the bricks be with you. Aura Singh. Aura Singh's who I'm thinking of. There you go. Yes, that's the one that I was thinking of. And the only character to canonically refer to this ship as the Slave One. I think that would have been a nice reference. Again, if we ever get a sound brick in the Slave One, definitely think that should... I think it's like Boba, get back to the Slave One. And it's not even said like in the heat of battle. It's said calmly as anything. But that should definitely be a reference on the sound break. Can't believe that's the only time it's been said in canon. That is crazy. 1, 2, 3. And then 1 off. Not perfectly lined up. How about that? And then, oh, hold on. No, you go on top. You don't go underneath. Almost didn't do it. You know, Aura Singh also shows up in Phantom Menace. I think Aura Singh would have been because we got Anakin in Maul's Scimitar from Phantom Menace. I think Aura Singh would have been a cool bonus minifigure with a diorama. Not popular enough as Sebulba to get like their own set, maybe a pod racer down the line. Maybe we could have got a separate. Maybe they wouldn't have done Sebulba though with the diorama. Maybe Sebulba should have just come in the diorama. I have a Sebulba from the Planet series, but the legs have clipped. The legs have snapped on the clips because they were the weaker clip back when Lego hadn't quite figured it out yet. 1, 2, 3. So we do a new Sebulba minifigure. That'd be nice in a pod race, actually. Yeah, literally 3 seconds she popped up and started shooting at everyone, and that was it. And then she got brought into Clone Wars as a... I don't think it was even planned. I think it was just like, oh yeah, there's like a mercenary trying to rig it or something. Just a little background story. And then she gets pulled into Clone Wars and has a bit more of a story, doesn't she? Quite a story. Oh. This is where the turret's going to be, on the end of the nose. For sure. And again, it would be nice if we could build this twice at a time. But then you never know. You never really know if there are any differences. So that might be too complicated down the line. Made a pretty good... Oh, the Techno Union. Leader of the Techno Union. Are you talking about Wat Tambor? Let's have a little look. Is this... I can never see the Wat Tambor minifigure because it's right at the top of my display. Yeah, this is him. Wat Tambor, this guy. The guy who speaks and then like does up his chest. I really like this binocular piece used for one of the Friends robots. I don't know if you see any better there. One of the binocular pieces for the Friends robots as the head with a little green square on top. But there are also... I think there's another piece. There's a head accessory or like a helmet accessory or something that can be stuck to just a green head. And that also looks pretty cool itself. I made a pretty good purist Ponkrell custom. Oh, his head is a tricky one. I mean, yeah, if because it's kind of like a Zeborelius. That's the closest species I can think of for Ponkrell. But Zeb's bright purple. So that doesn't quite work out. Not how we want it. Yeah, that's a tricky one. I can't think of anyone for Ponkrell's head. Oh, one further. Wat Tambor, that's the one. Oh, definitely. Yes, definitely share them. If you've got any other custom minifigures, maybe you've picked up something recently that you really like, go over to the community tab on the channel page and share them for everyone to see. Thoughts on more sequel playsets? Yes. Yes, please. I didn't pick up... What did we get this year? We got Kylo Ren's helmet and Kylo Ren's MIDI ship. Not really a MIDI helmet sort of guy. Don't really fancy those sets as much as I do for other sets. But if we got a sequel trilogy playset, I do feel like I'd end up picking it up just because I want more. It's one of those things, like I say, if you want something from Lego, the best thing to do is to grab every set they throw. If you've got the money to do this, because then if everyone did that and Lego sees, oh, everyone's buying these sequel sets, would get them just as commonly as original trilogy and prequel sets. I think original trilogy is always going to have the upper hand because there's always going to be spin-off shows and variations of it being put out. And we've also got like Rebels, which is very close to it, and the Empire just take up so much of the timeline. I'm happy we're getting a load more prequel sets, especially for anniversaries, like Revenge of the Sith this year, getting a few themed around that in Clone Wars. but I do think sequel's gonna have its time in it. We've got Mando next year, and then when Rey's New Jedi Order comes out, I'm expecting to see a few, at least 2 sequel sets around with the rest of those. From Rise of Skywalker, I don't think there's much they can do. Dark Rey they gave us in the Dark Falcon. We got Palpatine in the book, which is going to be Saturday's stream. We're going to be taking a little look through the character encyclopedia and just finding all the Easter eggs, you know, looking at all the different facts that they've got in there. And of course, the Palpatine from Exegol. We also got, 3PO. We've got Red-Eyed 3PO in the Advent calendar. It's not the version, Rebuild the Galaxy's version of 3PO is its own thing because of the silver leg, but we're getting a fully gold 3PO of Red Eyes in the Advent calendar. Force Awakens gave us basically all the minifigures as well. But yes, I'd love to see more sequel trilogy sets. That would be lovely. The new movies really made the prequels look better. I think it goes to show that over time, I think a lot of original trilogy fans would still, the fans that didn't like the prequels still don't like the prequels. There's not much that can change. The sequels definitely didn't change it. But what did change is the fans that did enjoy the prequels, like myself, that were very young at the time, then grew up and had more of a voice online. And I think that's quite hard, knowing that a lot of the sequels fans, a lot of the fans of the sequels, and the people that got into Star Wars and into Lego through Star Wars for the sequels, aren't really old enough to have a predominant presence online. They're not at that age yet. So give it a couple years and you'll start seeing a load more sequel fans over the years pop up. Maybe someone will change their mind and go, you know what, I've watched it a few times now. Not as much as the prequels, but a few times. And I don't think they're that bad. There's still things that I personally would change about it. But overall, I'm happy with what the sequels gave us. Some of the new lore that we got is really cool for the sequels. I feel like there's clips here. Oh, on that side. There we go. Especially with Force healing. The fact that Force healing's been canonized, which is what Rise of Skywalker gets shunned for most, I really love. Because I loved it in Legends. Force healing, the fact that there was only one Jedi at the temple that was really, you know, training Force healing, and the Jedi were so safe. They felt like the galaxy was such a safe space that they just stopped teaching Force healing right before they get slaughtered. I think it's one of the hilarious, ironic things about Star Wars. And the fact that that's now canonized. I think it is in a... It's not in a High Republic book. I think it's in like a prequel book, though, that Luminara was the only Jedi that knew how to Force heal. And the fact that she just didn't tell... Maybe Barriss Offee knew. Who knows? She weren't around during Order 66. But the fact... Where was Luminara as well? Was she... She was captured, wasn't she? So she must have probably been... She wouldn't have been in the temple. Anakin wouldn't have left her. She must have been on Kashyyyk and arrested, something like that. Because I think she was captured and died in Imperial custody. But yeah, the fact that Luminara was the only hope of Force heal, and all they had to do was pick up a book, you know, the whole knowledge versus wisdom, and they weren't wise enough to use it. Oh no, rip the back bit off. I suppose no need to keep in good condition. When you were 9, it all started. You got to getting to see the original Star Wars in theaters. Oh, nice. That is the experience. I saw A New Hope played with a live orchestra in the Royal Albert Hall. And that was something. Getting the music live. They had the audio tracks as well. The orchestra played over the music. And I don't even think there was music on the screen. I think we got the visuals, we got the sounds, and then the orchestra just played the music. That was a nice experience. I feel like more movies could offer that. Expensive, but worth the price. Oh yeah, hunting for the Kenner figures. I've seen Kenner figures did well. I think if it weren't for the Kenner figures, we wouldn't be here with Lego Star Wars. It might not have lasted until the 90s. Definitely wouldn't have boomed as much as it did. You're not old, you're experienced. And in our books, experience does outrank everything. A Clone Wars quote for you. Want sequel sets, the Fortitude. Oh, the Fortitude. The Fortitude. The Fortitude. What was the Fortitude? Resistance ship. What one was it? Have they not? No, they haven't made it. Oh, here we go. The Fortitude. Oh, wow. It's a bulky Tantive, isn't it? That'd be an awesome playset, especially with the little interior base in there. Maybe even get a little few ships on the inside as well. That would be cool, yeah. Started watching the films and revised the story. Watched Force Awakens as a kid. Yeah, Force Awakens. Even having watched, though I'm old enough to have watched like prequels in cinema, the first Star Wars I actually saw in cinema, and not VHS or DVD, was the Clone Wars. So Force Awakens was my first live action Star Wars movie in cinema. And yeah, still get chills just thinking about it. It's a great experience to have, watching your first Star Wars movie, even if it was technically my second. And I'd watched the prequels a million times over by then though. It was by no means my first step into Star Wars. But yeah, Force Awakens I watched 3 times in cinemas, I know. Alongside picking up quite a few of the Lego Star Wars sets. So that was not a cheap period. And Rogue One, straight after it, actually. What an experience of that. Great movie to have watched. I don't think we'll get any more Rogue One sets. There'll definitely be the odd cameo. Like, I'm still waiting for Galen to be in the Death Star. There'll be a few figures. Krennic for sure. I think we got a leaked Krennic torso anyway. But nothing guaranteed until the set comes out. Krennic will be in there. Maybe a few other minifigures as well. like a de-aged Tarkin. The one that carried the one that carried all the space horses literally made it. Oh, did they? I know they built a few different ships in the Skywalker saga, which was nice to see. I like to think that if the Skywalkers, because we got 1 wave of Skywalker saga sets. Did we get many more than that? We might have got 2. We might have got a few like around the movie being released, but it didn't really continue. I feel like Force Awakens did kind of trek on for 2 years, as did The Last Jedi. But then Force Awakens kind of stopped pretty quickly. And they might not have been selling as well because we didn't have any movie to look forward to. I don't even think it was a problem with a movie at all. I think it was purely down to the fact that we had nothing to look forward to, and 2019 we got so much to look forward to and it just never came. It never arrived, or it took years to develop, and that probably hurt Lego and other toy companies as well as Star Wars. But yeah, there were so many. Maybe all the designs they were working on got funneled into the game, into Skywalker Saga, because that came out years after. It was 2020 something. It might have been 2020, but it was a bit after Rise of Skywalker. And maybe that's where they put all their ideas. That's a nice thought, actually. Anything that didn't get made into a set goes into the game, which is what they could keep doing. They've got the models of every Lego set made because they need it for the box art. So add it to the game. Bit harder to do than simply add it, but possible. Add it to the game and there's another DLC. A Mando DLC. An Andor DLC would have been amazing, but a Mando DLC for Skywalker Saga, the video game. I guess it's no longer Skywalker Saga, is it? Do we think Mando needs a new game? Hold on. Wait, the clip, but don't we need clips this side? I don't even remember how this thing clips in. Oh, Technic. Okay. I thought there was something wrong. Maybe it's a stability issue. Yeah, I guess so. I guess in the game it's just floating bricks, isn't it? Maybe they couldn't get it to build in person. I do think there's a few other sets that might have had that issue. Thinking about it, I'm surprised at just how stable Lego sets can be. The new mansion that I've given a lot of slack for, the Malfoy Manor over in Harry Potter, does seem to be holding up a bit sturdier than I thought, with its like 1 brick wide walls. And the fact that you can move it around at least, maybe not throw it around, you know, drop it, it still falls to pieces, but you can at least wiggle it around and it doesn't fall apart. I'm impressed with. Pretty impressed for Malfoy Manor. Oh wait, we never capped this off. Or did we? Did we cap this off? We'll find out. Oh, we didn't. Knew it. Because this is what holds it in. There we are. I don't know what was holding it back, but I'm sure that's a legal technique. Lego said so. A bit like the MIDI tank. Yeah. Yeah, maybe there is a few designs in there that they might make, but yeah. They would someone. I think sometimes it depends on the person building the sets, doesn't it? As to what gets checked, how deeply it's checked, and all the rest. I will say again though, those tassels, we found a little hack with those little door tassels there. We found a little hack that if we brush them past as we step in, by the time they fall in, the door's shut. But they're a bit awkward to deal with. Just a little. Oh, I remember seeing these in the image. These are 3 different Lego elements here. There you go. 3 different Lego elements. It looks like a little elephant now. And they're held in with Technic pins that just rest over the top. But these looked a lot bigger. There is a Lego piece that is... Oh, it might not be this wide. It might be 6x6, not 8x6. That's used for like city planes. Yeah, it might be a little less wider than this. But this ain't half bad. Hello there, should you buy the Oh, that's not right. Should you buy the UCS Slave 1? I think it's worth it. If you've got the money around to spend on it, I recommend it. I do, and actually I can convince you to buy this just with this play feature. Do I need to say any more? Look at that. So the door comes down and that's the door there. This is the ramp and it fits a minifigure. So I found out, so I was playing with this over the last 48 hours. And if we put on Jango Fett's helmet and we stand Jango in here and get the door down, when we press down on the base, oh, you can't really tell, but if you lean Jango forward, look, you can see with the viewfinder that it's not the viewfinder back a little bit. The helmet bonks on the top of the door, just like the Attack of the Clones scene, which is referencing the A New Hope stormtrooper bumping its head on the way out of the control room. Jango Fett's helmet bumps on the top of the Slave One, and I think that's beautiful. But you can get a minifigure on the ramp both when you are opening, so Jango's walking in the Slave One at the minute, and also with it shut, you can still get a full-sized minifigure, even Jango with, I guess the rangefinder probably doesn't stand up. Do we think the rangefinder fits? Bonk. Oh, I folded it down. Let's get it standing up. Does it fit all the way up? Oh no, it just collides. So if you do want Jango to stand with a rangefinder up, door shut, you're going to have to sink his legs one into that plate, which is easily done. There we go. Maybe we'll take Lloyd's helmet off. Lloyd's just a Jango fan at this point. But yeah, it's so cool. It is so cool. It's probably about a 6-hour build. If you wanted to watch through the prequel trilogy, that is a perfect time to do it. It's taken us a bit longer because, you know, the odd mistake here and there and the odd tangent of mine. But I definitely recommend this set. And the stickers. Lego should have a class for stickers, and I think after building this set, I'm more than qualified to teach it. Look at that, perfect sticker. Still not as perfect as these side ones, but I don't think I'll ever live up to that. And there's the front of the nose, which we've done in the same bag. So 4 bags left, 1, 2, 3, and the stand. Maybe. They should have a playtest area before sets get announced. Yes, we will happily volunteer as tribute. I guess, in a way, that's what LAN's for, getting it a month early. That's for last minute. That's for things that Lego don't think of. And it would be cool if, like, LAN is just a stepping stone into Lego. I do think nothing against LAN. I've applied for this year. I applied a bit early. As soon as we hit 10k, I did apply for LAN. Because I'm not going to specify followers. I'm not going to put 10,000 and. I'm just going to put 10k. So as soon as we hit 10k, I applied for LAN. And I do think LAN could be a bit more. I do think rather than just reviewing, playtesting. So like what David over at Solid Brick Studios did with the Juggernaut, with how you can handle it, you know, where you can lift it from, a little bit like that, playtesting. That's what LAN could be. Playtesting a month beforehand, little modifications that Lego aren't going to do, and then eventually they're the sort of fans of Lego that could be hired as that middle step, aren't they? LAN can't review them before they've been announced, so they can't review them before they've been announced. But check out recently, I tell you what, I'll find it. I talk about a lot of videos, but I can actually link this one in chat because, well, I'm streaming. It's the best part about this. Usually in a video, I have to link it in the end screen. Let me find the video. All right, I'm going to put a video. Sorry, shorts, I don't think you can actually click on the link, but I'm going to put a video in. Oh, not this one. I'm going to put a video in chat for you to check out, and it's only a recent video of the ARC 170. This ARC 170 is a updated version from January. It's not the same for, I'll drop it in both chats anyway. There you go. Just in case you're watching the short stream on a computer, and it's not the same version as January. It's got different cockpits because Lego have got some feedback and switched up the cockpits like 7 months later. So they can definitely switch it up. Imagine Lego are about to release a set and like a month before it hits shelves, weeks even. LAN don't even get sets that early. They get them weeks before it comes out. They have to switch up a set. It can be done. That's the one, Jack. The light windscreens. The clear windscreens rather than the darker versions. Does this go here? Oh. There we go. And Lego could definitely, based on, I guess, it probably be seen more as backlash or something from a LAN creator, could definitely switch it up. They've pulled sets as well the day that they're meant to go out because of complaints. We saw that with the military carrier. Okay, you all saw that, right? That just came flying back at me. Yeah, they did it with there was a helicopter that was linked to military very recently to the set. No one picked up on it until the set came out, and then the day of they pulled it and like a handful of them got sold. So we could get something like that. Oh, it went right under there. And even the T-Rex, the Creator 3-in-1, we spoke about pieces missing. That had a piece in the image that got removed last minute because Lego just weren't using it anymore. And the box art, everything got done for it. So the first few runs had that extra piece in the box art. And there's nothing they could do about it. They could pull it, but they're trying to be more eco-friendly. They're not just going to waste a ton of boxes. Probably should have. It may just make you want to buy the Arc 170, the clear windscreens. It is accurate to Revenge of the Sith now, which it wasn't before. Anyone that didn't know, basically, the Arc 170 was accurate to Clone Wars and to... Oh, hold on. That's meant to be a 2x2. To Clone Wars and to Battlefront 2. And the clear windscreens are accurate to Revenge of the Sith. And also, it depends on what's seen in Battlefront 2, because when the ship's loading in, it's got clear windscreens. But when you're playing with it, any of the cutscenes of an Arc 170 have clear windscreens, which I haven't seen many people talk about. I missed it. In my original video, I didn't talk about it, because it was already confusing enough, mentioning all the different variations of Arc. But in Battlefront 2, there are cutscenes with clear windscreens, and then you play the game and you see it in the lobby with blacked out windscreens. So it's playing a bit of both worlds, I see. I like the clear windscreens. I think just for any sort of ship, clear windscreens are probably going to be the more popular choice. So you can actually see the minifigures on the inside. It feels more realistic, doesn't it? The V22 Osprey. Lego stated it was for search and rescue. Yeah, there you go. The V22 is rarely used for this. It's a troop transport. It's very similar to, for Star Wars fans, to like a gunship, isn't it? And that's why they pulled it last minute, but still some stores had it on shelves and had to pull it down. So land can definitely influence a set. The post is up. Lovely. I don't think I can have a little look on here. Can I? I don't know where I put my phone. I'm always losing it. It's around somewhere. I'll have a little look afterwards and I'll check it out. But if you're watching on a mobile device, head over to the community. And I think George, because you've already posted, you posted an Ninjago image, didn't you? So I think this post should automatically go up. I've noticed that YouTube holds your first post back for a while, just to make sure it's all good. But the second one should be straight up. I'll have to check that. All right, let's build this on camera so you can see exactly what's going on. Oh, slope. There you go. Go to build it on camera, and I realise I'm missing a 1x2 slope there. Have I done any more looking into peak? I did. I watched a little clip of someone playing it, and it looks hilarious. I don't know if I'll be playing it on the channel anytime soon, but I might be watching a few. It seems, I don't know how to explain it. It almost seems familiar in a way as well. I don't know if I've seen any clip. I might have seen like the odd short on it and not realised as I've been scrolling. But it does look like a bit of fun. Similar to how it is in real life, the V22's issues have resulted in multiple Marines. Yeah, it's warfare, isn't it? Which I can understand Lego's stance on it, especially recently, with a lot of stuff happening all over the world. Nowhere specific, everywhere. Right, that goes down here. Why they wouldn't want to make a set that kind of advertises that sort of thing. I think this should be flush. This isn't flush. Oh no. Yeah, because this shouldn't be on the end. Wait, how have I got this all correct? Oh, this should be covering. Whoa. I thought I had to rebuild the entire plate. There you go. Now it's flush on that side. There we go. Search and rescue. Actually pulled from shelves because of the Technic mechanism. Oh, was it? Oh, it wasn't pulled for... Oh, I see. So Lego put out a statement about it and were like, yeah, no Technic issues here. Was it for a Technic problem though? Oh, that's completely different then. Look at that, nice and sturdy that. That's interesting. I haven't heard anything on that before. But it does make a bit more sense. Well, thanks for letting me know. So what was the Technic? I mean, what isn't the Technic issue? Technic's so fiddly. Right, there we are. Kind of like content warning. Oh, I see, I see. Now that's a game I've heard of. And, this is a plate? Oh yeah. Content warning and... Who's the developer behind content warning? Didn't content... Landfall. Landfall. That's what Google's telling me at least. They got Peak and... I think I've seen another game. It might have been Rounds, honestly. That looks so... Oh, Cluster Truck. That's what I've seen. Yes. Some good games. Quality. 1, 2. What was it? Oh, the clips. The clips were in the middle. The bar was there. Which way did the clips go? I'll wait for that step. I don't remember that. And in the round corner. Yes. Always got to double check before I go too far ahead. It's easier putting pieces on than it is taking them off. Have the quite rare red clone visor piece, the dark red. Ooh. I would make a Commander Thire with it. Or is it the red? Is there a bright red? Is there a bright red? You have to let me know. I still want to get the dark red ones. It's been a while. Where's... Ah, up there. I've seen so many stores that have had the parts that I've been looking for. Like the dark red visor, for instance, and the dark red viewfinder. And then I've gone to place my order and they've just not accepted any orders at that time. Oh, see, if this mouse was Lego, I wouldn't have to worry about it falling down and just minimizing all my tabs like that. If it was made of Lego, I could just rebuild it. That would work, right? Let's look at the V22. There was something in the back where you could turn a knob and the rotary wings would rotate. 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 Rotary rings would... Try saying that 5 times fast. I can't. However, somewhere above the cockpit, it didn't have enough space for the Technic piece to move. I wonder if that's why we see things like on the Onyx Cinder. The Onyx Cinder has most of the cockpit dedicated to like a stud space on top of the Technic. So I wonder if that's paved the way for that, having arguably too much space. I used it for storage and as a little claw. I think we added a claw into the Onyx Cinder. That was fun. But yeah, you're not joking. You found it on a pavement and it's the dark red one. How lucky was it? Was it next to a penny or was that your luck for the day? That's crazy, finding it out in the wild. I've seen the odd Lego piece, but I will admit, most of the Lego pieces I find in the wild are like right at the front door or something, where especially if I'm wearing jeans, that's the worst. You will not see me in jeans often, because if I'm wearing jeans, chances are there's Lego that's been caught in the bottom of the jeans, and it's me that's actually, it's, you know, they're my Lego pieces I've seen on the floor because they're just falling out of my jeans. Although I don't know if I ever told this story about the Ant-Man, how I got Ant-Man. Ant-Man was in the tread of one of my shoes, something like that. And it was we went to, it was a local store with the Marvel CMF. Was it Morrison's? We went to Morrison's and their Marvel CMF display, it's the worst I've ever seen it. I have to see if I don't think I took an image, but it's something that I would have a photo or a clip of, and it was ransacked. This is like, I've seen Lego shelves on Boxing Day, but these boxes were torn into. We had Galacticus was left. I think was there like some Loki figures or something. There was a few of them left around, and you could tell which figures people wanted and which ones they didn't, because they were left but they were all over the shelf. And I remember getting home, taking off my shoes, and it sounds crazy. Ant-Man was quite literally in like the tread of my shoe. I don't know if they're making sense. You know, you've got little bits at the bottom of the shoe that go in. My shoe had quite a big bit at the back, and there's the little Ant-Man and like a 1x1 or something like that in the tread where we just walked through it, and I accidentally stood on Ant-Man. Nearly killed Ant-Man. How lucky is that? But yeah, that's how I come to find an Ant-Man figure. I did want the Galactus. The thing is, I went there quite early on because I wanted the Galactus to improve my 501st, because we'd just got 5s. I think around the time of them coming out, we were about to get 5s. 5s had been announced, and I wanted some arms for my 501st. I wanted to see if the Galactus arms were, not Galactus, sorry, Giganticus, that one. Wanted to see if those arms would work on a 501st, and there's also quite a cool Karma design, so I was going to add them to my specialists, and I ended up coming away with the only piece of the figure. I don't think I have another Ant-Man. It might be my only Ant-Man. I haven't had my Marvel figures out for a while, so you know, silver lining there, but I still want the minifigure. And I don't have the minifigure. Oh, that's like the only other piece that hasn't been my own Lego that I found, I think. Use those arms on a custom Jessie. Yeah, exactly. They work so well, don't they? And there's also, I think there's an old city fig of sorts that works for a Red Trooper. Actually, I think it's a recent city CMF. I look up there because that's where my CMFs used to be. They're now up there. There's a red one, but I can't remember the name of that one. But there's some really good ones. All right. This 1x2 is not spare. I refuse to believe that. Where's this meant to be? Actually, it might be spare. Yeah, nothing in here. All right, let's go back to this. Ooh, that was white. No, we've got that one. Oh, there's two. Of course there is. There we go. And now on to bag 20 with the cockpit. It's cockpit time. Let's get you on first. It's starting to look real nice. So I think this is the inner cockpit as well, the inner cockpit piece. Oh, we've also got the nose and the blasters, which I have somewhat forgotten about. Oh, hold on. This rubber's meant to hold on the nose. Oh, okay. Did they specify that? They did specify that, and I just looked completely over it. Okay. Well, there we go. Now that's in nice and secure. Oh, and you have to be a spare. Or, yeah, we don't put a yellow over. I feel like we could put a yellow over. We do have 2 spare yellow elements, but we got 1 spare in each bag. I'm going to look past that for now. And on to bag 20, which I think is the cockpit. And I think, taking a look at this, this is misleading. This is the nose right here of the Slave One. This is going to go there, and then we're going to build the cockpit, the inside. You know what? As long as we can open it, it's not a foul. There we go. Oh, that's 20 bags down. More if we include the little ones. It's probably closer. A lot of them have had 2 bags. Some of them have had none or 1 bags. Actually, I'm not confident that any of them have had no bags. And then this will be on the other side. I don't know where this is. No, that doesn't go on the end, does it? Or does that go up the front? Is that for the cockpit? Which, by the way, look at that beautiful element. Crystal clear, no cracks. I did see someone recently has opened their Slave One and was reviewing it and was complaining about a crack that went like halfway into the cockpit on the left hand side. So what, on this side here, a massive crack, and surely Lego would be covering that. Lego would be sending out a new one, surely. But that's still opening the set and the first thing you see is a cracked cockpit. That doesn't start it off too well. I'd hate to see that. I mean, I'd hate for someone else to see it, but you know, I'd hate for me to see it too. Interesting nose. Ooh. Alright, let's go down to that page. I'm reading left to right again. Lego go down and then down again. Online. And the reason we're using the online digital instructions, which you can see over on the horizontal stream, a bit late to be advertising them 20 bags in, is because it frees up more space so that we can have the pieces around and don't have to... I mean, the books are massive. Where did I put them? Just down there. The books are about this big. So we'd have a book covering this whole section of desk and the pieces over here. Sometimes it's cool if you've got the space for them, but other times it's just not a possibility. No way we can be working with them. Oh, we could position those over the little axles that are stepping out. Oh, did I miss another 1x3? There we go. Can't forget any pieces now coming to the end of it. Oh, and the blasters as well. Yeah, we've got little black hilts. This has got to be for the blasters on the end. That piece, Technic piece, is to support the cockpit. Thank you very much, Andrew. So that must go there. That's nice. If it comes off with it as well, it gives us some studs to connect. That for every other Slave One I've built, even the Microfighter Slave One, they've been supported by at least one stud in the clear. But if we've got this Technic piece connected to it, we can support the studs under here and they're hidden, so the cockpit looks like it's just floating. Well, it looks like a cockpit. Maybe a pin inside, but the pin's not too bad compared to like 4 studs shining through. That'd be quite nice. Alright, and this clips on the bottom. It does indeed. And does it go over the axles? Oh no, the axles don't stick out enough. Right, it doesn't go over the axles, but it does still cover up the entire bottom. Oh, we'll take that one by one. Might need that. Might be a spare, might need it. And then a little car bonnet, a little hood. Perhaps the easiest design of the whole thing, but it still slopes off. Ooh, just take a quick look at that. That's a nice piece usage, that, and it angles the side as well. We've got the slightest of gaps in there. You can just see it in there, but it's covered up mostly with parts, and it is also going to be underneath the Slave One. We're not going to see that. Ooh. Now then, what have we got here? Hello there. I don't really know what this is. I would assume this is the blaster. Because this clips into the... Oh, okay, this is the blaster. But this doesn't feel very blastery. I don't really know what blastery would feel like. I just didn't expect this. What have we got in the other one? A bit of Technic sticking out. So we've got 2 studs there, probably for a tile or some sort of design on top to smooth it over. And then we've got 1 clip for 1 blaster Could we have another? Oh, no. Maybe that clip is for a little bit of wiring. And then we're building out from there. I was right about one thing. The tile on the two studs. Really like these little bricks. These snot bricks. The way they actually have you put the guns on looked wrong, so you flip them. Oh, okay. I will keep that in mind. Thank you. Flip the guns. Oh wait, one of them's loose, one of them's solid. I assume flipping them's as easy as taking one side and putting it on the other. I'm hoping so, at least. And then the little hilt is indeed on the end. Do you need a hand getting out?
I got on my iPod.
You're a walking utility belt.
Oh, yes.
Oh. Don't drop anything.
No promises.
And then two studs on here. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is probably put this... I'll put these on the same side at the minute. And is there anything that connects these two? So this is... Oh! Yeah, I agree with you straight off the back. So with this, let's get a little focus in here. There we go. Focus on that. What we've got here is the blaster for the UCS Slave 1, and Lego want us to clip this on the left hand side. So the top half of it will have this understud and this half slope and a bit of this clip showing. Whereas if we flip them, like Andrew said in the chat, what we'd have is this nice smooth 1x4 sloped off tile and then a few studs on the top, which I do think looks more accurate. So I'm not even going to test it. I'm going to put this straight on the right hand side, and if you've already built the UCS Slave 1, all you've got to do is flip the two turrets, so the left hand side goes on the right hand side goes on the left hand side, and you're left off with some smoother turrets on top, and the anti-studs are hidden underneath. Thank you, Andrew. That does look a lot better. I wonder if it's because of the bracket and the studs that Lego chose to flip them. Because even the other Lego models have that Technic piece coming out, but that's so much smoother, isn't it? It's so much smoother. Thank you. All right, back to building the next one then. We got to remember this is for the other side. Before I try to clip them both to the same side. Yeah, it's odd. It is odd that Lego get you to put the stud and the visible clip. Huh. Not to mention the fact that the black of the Slave 1 turrets are, I'm pretty confident in saying, not the full thing. Like the underneath, they're the end bit. But again, probably something that Lego saw and they were like, oh, we don't need to correct it. People can flip it based off preference, can't they? I think the good thing with UCS sets is a lot of the people building it are people that... It's not an age bracket thing, because like we've said before, UCS sets aren't locked behind an 18 plus wall. They're just for people that are as experienced with Lego that wouldn't go to the internet forum to complain and would just switch it. You know, would just switch it. And I think Lego know that with UCS sets. I've seen a few little things like this that can be just modified slightly, and I'll be intrigued into any that the UCS 80ST have. Because, yeah, it's it sounds like there's an exclusive UCS club or something now. What have I done? Oh, have I put on the blast? Yes, blaster's the right way. So we want the ignition side of the lightsaber on the end rather than the bottom of the hilt. Lightsabers don't really have a bottom unless you're a fan of minifigure lightsabers, in which case you'll probably know the bottom I'm talking about. But there we go. There's the other side, and for sure this is going on the left hand side. I can't unsee that now. It's one of those things that I'm sure it didn't look bad originally. I'm sure it looked almost just as good, but now that we've improved it, you just can't unsee it. It's one of those things. You can't unsee it. It's a bit like with the Chewbacca, the buildable Chewbacca, brick-built Chewbacca. The face isn't too bad, but as soon as someone says it's like this angry growling face, it's creepy, and you can't unsee it. I can't wait for Chewbacca in the new series of Rebuild the Galaxy. But just like we said, there's a little bit of resistance from that extra gear we put in earlier, but turning one of these turns the other, and they just about... No, I can't confidently say they spin 360, which I don't think we've ever seen them do in universe. You wouldn't want the turrets facing the ship. So the fact that they can spin to a really neat angle past the cockpit and then go all the way down here is something that I would like to say the LEGO designers thought of, but I think it's just a perk of building a set. They can look backwards as well. They can go a little bit over the ship to the boarding ramp. Oh, hold on. Did they shoot off the Gamorreans in Book of Boba? Because they were like, not the Gamorreans, sorry, the pirates. The poor Gamorreans. We already got a Gamorrean in Carbonite from Boba's first repainted Slave one. Did they shoot off the pilots though? I think that was a turret that popped off elsewhere, which I'd love to add all the little bits to it. But we've got some nice posability to the turrets. Now for the cockpits. Wait, have we already done the cockpits? Are these the lower ones, aren't they? Maybe they are. That was a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Some more of these 1x3 pieces, which are always nice to have, because I know I don't have a lot of those in my collection. And the seats, rather than having the half circle, have a full circle as the top. Okay, 2 of these. Yeah, these are going to be nice. So when it comes to part swaps, these are the things that I'm looking for. This 1x3 in light bluish grey. Don't have many of those. Might take those for my personal collection. And because it's only a seat it's being used for, you can replace it with just a 1x2 on the back. If you're worried about stability, add a curve on the back of that, and it should be all right to fit. How do I pick this up? It's massive. Let's go for the base. That's quite secure. And it should still be able to fit where we're clipping these 2 seats in front of the little prison. So this isn't the main cockpit. This is for the other 2 passengers that can sit down in the Slave one. Though I'm still pretty sure we get quite a few of them. Who boards Moff Gideon's Star Destroyer in the Season 2 finale of Mandalorian? Definitely need a rewatch of that. We've got Boba. Oh yeah, and the rest of them are in the Shuttle Titanium. I didn't think of that. When Mando's Razor Crest gets blown up and they take Mando back, I think it's only Fennec and Mando sat down, isn't it? Boba goes up to the cockpit. Oh, I think that holds up, even with the extra series. I'm about to build the actual cockpit. Thank you. So this is what the actual cockpit looks like. And at the minute... At the minute it's a plate. It doesn't look like much, but it will soon have it where it counts. Nice little pattern there. Finally, I like to think that's a B for Boba. Even though it's Jango's Slave one. It's a secret little B hidden in the cockpit. That's 2x4. In the 800s. What page? 164, but bearing in mind this is the second book of the first booklet. Had like 250 pages. So we're on 400 and something in terms of pages. Which is needed for this. Is this where the seats... Oh, yes. So this clip here definitely has the back of the seat. 1 seat, 2 seat, 3 seat, and some sort of controls around the front. I feel like they'd put the 1x at the back. And then one of the door hinges we installed earlier are gonna hold this thing in. Oh yeah, it's the one on the side. I remember building that. That was like 2 days ago now. Andrew says it's pretty good. Little brick built cockpit for the 2 figures. It's nice having this, because before I built it, one of my big hopes for the UCS set, I haven't watched anyone build a UCS set. This is my first experience at all. I've probably seen a review. I think I've seen a review of the Falcon UCS set. I've seen the AT-AT and the Falcon in person, and maybe a few other UCS sets in person, but I haven't seen anyone build it. So one thing I was hoping is the fact that we'd get these side little builds and I wouldn't have to be moving this Slave 1 around. We built this panel, then we attached it. There's very few pieces we've put straight on the Slave 1, and even when we haven't had to move it around. I think that's the best UCS experience. The fact that all these builds are like side builds that then attach onto the bigger one. That's amazing. I like that with certain modular sets as well. I have seen a few of those being built, and I feel like it's a similar thing. You build a level, then you attach it to the rest of it, and it builds up to be this ultimate set. That is the UCS experience right there. Building a load of little sets that combine to the ultimate collector series. It's in the name. Here's the clips for the back. I think we're probably going to build the backs the same as we've done before. They've gone with the studs on the bum. Yes. I do agree that the studs should go on the bums of minifigures. We did a bit of math to work it out. The difference is ever so slight. When I mean ever so slight, I honestly mean I put my degree to the use, and the numbers are negligible. There's really no point trying to work it out. But there is a slight preference for the studs going on the bums of minifigures rather than the front. It reduces cracking by a tiny bit. I can't even remember how small the number was. But it does technically work. It is literally on a technicality. It's so slight. Oh, can't forget these, the little nipple pieces. Do they have an opposite? Oh, they do. Yes. I forget about that. It's like the little Doc Ock arms. The opposite of the Doc Ock arms is the hermit crab. That's my favourite anti-piece. The hermit crab goes opposite the Doc Ock arms. You bought your set on release day and you've been slowly building it over the past 2 months trying to savour the build. Nice work. I wouldn't be able to. Now that I've started building, we started it on Tuesday and we're going today until we finish it. I am so excited to be seeing the final thing. I can't believe I made it through May, June and most of July without building it. I was constantly picking up the box, swooshing it around in videos. I'm impressed with how long I managed to last. And yeah, the fact you've been able to build it over 2 months, that's quite cool. I think doing like a bag every so often, that's what we said with the Death Star. Building the UCS Death Star, I did say I might part it out and gradually over time build, like maybe when it comes out we'll build the first bag and then we'll do little bits here and there, because then it doesn't, maybe 2 bags at a time. You know, we've done we've done like 13, 14 bags a stream here, but for the UCS Death Star I think I'll probably do a few bags at a time, combine it with something else, a smaller build, and it also makes it affordable if I'm parting it out. Because I'm not too fussed with the UCS Death Star minifigures. There's definitely a few, like Galen Erso. I don't have a Krennic, but I do want a Galen Erso before Krennic. If I have one, I would want the both. And if Galen Erso isn't a part of the UCS Death Star, I will probably go ahead. I can't promise anything, but I'll probably go ahead and make a custom and sell that. Speaking of customs for a future, I've seen a few of you have been buying like the droid bodies and the Maul torsos. I do also have Vader torsos up if anyone's interested, and the minifigures of the future may have a few more parts to them. Rather than just selling torsos, I'm going to try to sell the full minifigure, keep them around the same price. I'm not going to hike up the price because we've got some arms and legs. But yes, future minifigures, just so you're all aware, future minifigures will have a few more elements to them. Save you having to pick them up yourself. I feel like when you're buying a custom element, it's better to have the full figure. It's cheaper to buy just the torso, so that will still be an option. But if you do want them all, the full figure, I'll probably offer that alongside. Keep an eye out for that. Got something planned for August. Hopefully I can get it out before, but I don't know in terms of how quickly I can. I don't want to rush it. You know, I'm gonna savor it. I'm gonna savor it, stole that, and make sure it's top quality before I put it out. I'm excited to reveal that. Also, with the chairs having an indent, there's room for a helmet, like a Jango Fett helmet. I mean, Jango doesn't wear his helmet when he's in the ship, but if he did, you'd fit it on. Maybe a bulky hairpiece, like Boba's. Boba's hairpiece is pretty, I wouldn't say, you know, it's Legolas bulky, but it's a bit bigger than a regular hairpiece. There we are, perfect. Yeah, I'm excited for the next custom figure. It's going to be a good one. Right. Don't know what they are. Little railing on it. I was at some point going to build the cockpit for the slave one in May as a little alternate to the gift with purchase, but then I can't remember why I didn't. I think it was because I saw images of the UCS set and it had its own cockpit. I was like, well, that's what I was going to do. I guess a gift with purchase of a cockpit doesn't really make sense with the ship unless they did a Lars Kitchen sized cockpit and designed it like the short that they let out for Father's Day, because that cockpit was a little bigger than this and it probably was about the size of the Lars homestead. So that would have been a nice little gift with purchase. 2 of these. And these are the screens for the co-pilots. Which one first? 7. Which way? Make sure the Slave 1 design here is round the right way. No. Oh no. Center, center. Oh, could do that a bit better. I'm happy with that. Lovely. Another really good sticker. And this is on the right side. I like the moments of silence where I'm just concentrating so hard at trying to place this sticker in the right spot. And this one goes this way. I don't even think we've got the next piece ready, do we? That helps. This one goes on this way around. And again, let's place this perfect. No, nowhere near. Yes, lovely. That one might have been slightly, well, I don't know if it's slightly better. The other one weren't bad. Both really, really good. And there's the cockpit. So there's a cockpit with the 3 seats down. Giving you a close-up of, well, a far-off close-up of the cockpit before it goes in. Is this? No, of course it's not all. Not yet. We've got a little signal here. Ooh. Ooh, with multiple pieces on the bar. What's this big red bar? Oh, wait. Where did the red piece go? There. I remember that fell out as soon as we opened the bag. Red on the front, orange on the back. Now this is some sort of targeting computer, am I right? That's just on the front piece there. And the whole cockpit slides in, just like that. All right, a few more pieces for the top of the cockpit. But let's have a look. Just how easy it is to slide in. I don't think that was it slided in. I think that was me dropping it. There we go. Solid, just like that. And the bottom of the cockpit, I'd assume fits with the bars. Is there any gap? Oh no. In fact, the top plate of the bars on the inside, there is no light getting in that cockpit from this angle. The top plate of the bars is hidden under a little gap in the cockpit, just under here. It hides under here, so there's no gap. And there you go, that's in solid. Let's get Jango in there. Where's Jango's pistols go? Oh, it was in here, wasn't it? I forgot about the hidden compartment. Yes, that's where the pistols go. That's where I'm putting the pistols for now. And then we'll see if the pistols stay here. Wonder if they fit sticking out. Oh yeah. And then is that the... it looks like there's more seats in the back. But that just must be the rests for the seats. I don't know if Jango has to lay back so far. Oh, and I've also forgot about the backpack. That's alright, we'll sort the backpack out later. Let's get Jango in the cockpit. And there we are. Maybe the... Alright, let's do this properly. Maybe Jango's backpack clips on here. Oh, there's a stud on top of the Bacta. No, is that for Jango's backpack? That looks right. Jango's backpack and 2 Westar 34 pistols. I'm going to use the pistols to hold down Jango's backpack. Go in the back, and then Jango and Boba fit in the cockpit. I love this. This is an amazing, amazing build. It is cool build, isn't it? It's a great build. And now we're on to the actual cockpit piece. Let's go. I feel like I should be wearing a glove. I don't want to get my hands all over it. There we are. With the 2 little studs, the little not studs, pins sticking out. Ooh. Ooh, now we've got the stickers that matter, don't we? Oh, and the thing is, I'm not going to be able to stick these right in the corner. In fact, I'm going to hold... new Lego stickers, by the way, aren't affected by hand oils as much. So, you know, touching them very, very sparingly is okay. Not recommended, probably. But how close do I get these to the actual studs? I'm going to get these right to the bottom edge here. Lego would have you leave a little gap just so they're not rubbed off over time. I want this looking as immaculate as I can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick down this 2x3 and place the sticker right up against that 2x3. Just like so. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. Look at that. And that goes pretty much to the line as well. Actually, maybe this sticker is a bit bigger than the regular Lego ones, because usually they wouldn't go to the line. I want to say it might be. So there we go. Yeah, sometimes, especially, you're right, especially with rare minifigures, that window, I felt like I should just be holding it with a glove the entire video, because they're worth so much. And some of them, that window, it's 2004 it was made, but 2005 it was sold by Lego. So it is becoming an antique now. I hate to say it. Shout out to anyone born 2004, 2005. I accidentally just called you antiques. I didn't mean it. Look at that, perfect. Perfect. Lovely. 2 stickers, and then we can remove the 2. Imagine if that just like cracked the whole thing and it shattered. I would cry. I would cry on stream if I cracked that. That would be crazy. And hold on. Plus brick. Plus. I think that's there to confuse me. I think that's for the cockpit, because that is an extra brick. There we are. You're not an antique. My brother was born around then as well. Just called him an antique. I assume I went on so much about not covering the bottom row of this cockpit, and we've only gone and filled it in with a grey plate underneath, just like that. And then we've got grey bricks as well. Yeah, you're not antiques, but considering Lego's only been going on for 6 years now, 26 years, 21 years ago, it does feel like it's an antique of Lego Star Wars. You're going back to the first 6 years of its existence. So for Lego Star Wars, definitely feeling antique vibes for it. There we go. I don't know what this connects to. It just sort of floats there in the air. Now let's put that down. Where are you? Oh, do we have something for the top? Maybe we have something for underneath. Extra little layer or something. What you did was match the sticker to what they look like on the box. That's a good idea as well. I was doing that yesterday with the, I think it was with the cover art of the instructions, weren't we? A little bit, for where to line it up exactly. But I am, when it comes to stickers, I'm a stickler for trying to get the perfect angle on a sticker. You know, there's what Lego go with, but I always try, like bark speeders especially, I always try to get the right angle so that the coloured section lines up to the bricks. Sometimes the brick is only one colour, but like with the bark speeders on the back, you have this giant slope on the 501st Battle Pack. And what annoyed me was the side stickers on this slope, on this rounded off slope brick, I was able to put right to the top. But then the sticker on top didn't fit the width of the brick, so there was that little grey stripe down the corner. It didn't look half bad on the bark speeder, but on a bigger ship, something like the Slave One, I do think it would torment me a little bit having that sort of detail. And there we go. Inside the cockpit, we've just got more details. They get away with it, filling up the bottom with grey because Lego make it look like another part of the interior of the ship. Actually, that's what holds the other two passengers at the bottom. So everyone gets a little look out the cockpit. Same goes for the top. They build it into the top frame, which works because the cockpit has to be held in somehow. Born in the 90s, there you go, you're not an antique. Lego Star Wars didn't exist for most of the 90s. Oh no. That's crazy. What are we doing? I say we, I went alive for the 90s. I guess video games, isn't it? Kenner toys. Yes, Kenner toys. Before Star... Oh, they don't go up there. I shouldn't really be pulling them apart. UCS set, let's keep them all new condition. There we go. And ooh, I like these slopes. Hard to press down though. My hand just goes sliding off. And then these on the outside. I don't think this connects to the cockpit at all. Or oh, the outside studs do. Just like so. Aha. And then that goes straight on top. Are these all spare? Yeah. One of each. Just like so. Oh, that's not. There we go. That's connecting in. Whoa. That's quite cool how the cockpit clips down. I feel like I could press this down a bit more. There's a little gap between the top of the cockpit. that makes a little click. But that might also be just because like the bricks aren't all pressed in properly. I feel like it's making a louder click. Maybe it's something to do with the cockpit. I'll have a little fiddle around afterwards before I go in. And anyone watching on the horizontal stream, check that out. Bag 21 is the bag that includes our baby Fett. So let's give Lloyd the helmet back. I mean, Boba's not going to have the helmet. Ah, close but no cigar. Boba's not that old. Here we go. And before we open any of the bags, Boba should have all pieces here. No weapons of any sort. Nice blue arms. Different shade to the torso. Really liking those. This Boba minifigure is going to be the one I keep. And the playset Boba is the one that I change into the cadet. But there you go. An emotional scene from Attack of the... Actually, we should get Jango's head and put it in the helmet. Because for a few years before they added that little shadow, it was still in the helmet. But there we go. There's our Boba. How do we... Oh, there we go. It gives us a little gap down here that we can lift off the cockpit. And Boba doesn't actually fit in the cockpit. Well, he does. I'm sure he sits or stands back here. But to get Boba really in the cockpit, you'd have to replace Boba's legs with 2 snot bricks. But there you go. Boba. Can someone check Boba on the left, Boba on the right? I can't remember which side Boba's meant to sit now. With his soggy hair, doesn't look too happy that they didn't pack their hair dryer before leaving Camino. But there we go. There's Boba Fett. Quick look. And onto the builds. It is a nice minifigure, isn't it? When the videos that were first coming out for the people who got it through the Ambassador Network, they were cautioning people about the stickers on the cockpit. They went on quite nice, and there's no... is there a little gap? There is a little gap, isn't there, on the cockpit? If I had this stood up, there is a little gap just through there. You can see a grey line. There is a gap on the cockpit, but I don't think it's that bad. If you are worried about it, I would say put in a 1x3 white plate here underneath these slopes would smooth it all off, because then the slopes are also flush with this giant slope there. I might do that, as long as it doesn't cover any of the sticker. Do we have a 1x3 here? No, we have a 1x1. I can try it with one slope. Let's pop this off. There we go. Does it cover that design on the back? Or is it alright? Oh, you know what? I think it's alright. I feel like there should be one more plate under here. One more plate under here. Oh no, that pushes the whole nose down. Oh yeah, so the nose is coming down. Yeah, so 1x3. 1x3 plate under here. I improved the UCS set. I mean, shout out to Andrew who did it earlier with the blasters. I found an improvement for a UCS Slave 1 set. I'm over the moon with that. That 1x3 solves it. It does cover the sticker partially, but if you stick the sticker right into the tile on top, which was also quite lucky that I guessed the right piece, then it will cover the little gap. Nice. Not half bad, but yes, if you're not planning on, maybe if you don't have a decent Lego collection around, you don't have any 1x3s. I actually don't have a lot of 1x3s, mostly because I used a lot of them in Rex and Grogu. My giant, like 216 times the size minifigures. But I'll grab a few from Rex. I think Rex needs to be 3D printed to go with a 3D printed battle droid, because Rex is looking a bit blocky next to the droid. Get a giant Rex minifigure in there. Or better yet, a giant 332nd. If I haven't made a giant Rex by the time that set comes out next year, next January that's meant to be, I'm going to do a 332nd figure. That'll be cool. Your cockpit does that too. Yeah, it's there's a gap on the box. Oh, Again, oh, I found the box. I found what I did with the box. I flat packed it. There is a gap on the box. There's a gap all the way around the sticker. What I like about mine is I don't have the gap on the middle and I don't have the gap on the bottom. I only have the gap around the side, and because I've squeezed it over, does it line up with the tile then? How comes mine, maybe it's just so small, but mine seems to line up with the tile, and Lego's lines up with a tile with a gap underneath it. Maybe it's just a small difference that I'm not seeing. But I do have I have double the gap on the outside of the cockpit. So what I'm going to do is add a plate underneath the 3 slopes, and that will solve the issue of the gap. But I see what you mean about cautioning, because there is a little gap around it. Lego do it so it doesn't get clipped. It's also so that the sticker's easy to apply, even though it's an 18+ set. Some people have quite shaky hands. That one's really bad at the minute. It's like I could see it vibrating. It's not shaking, it's vibrating. But yeah, I struggle to keep my hands steady. No problems. My hands are fine. But even some of us just have trouble keeping a steady hand. Maybe it's because of how energetic I am sometimes. But I don't really have many problems with Lego stickers. But look how long it takes me and how much I have to focus. Yeah. I had the Angry Jango Fet, but as a kid you erased its printing since you thought custom figures were cool. That's the one thing. I think that's the reason so many of us don't like creating custom figures. The only issue I've had is Frodo Baggins from Lord of the Rings. I have a Bag-End Baggins, and with my Frodo, I pulled off the arms to get a jacket on Frodo. Totally worth it, really like that custom cloth jacket. But in doing so, one side of the torso of my Frodo is now cracked. I don't think it's the most expensive Frodo, so I could replace it at some point. But still, having a cracked Frodo... Lord of the Rings minifigures are expensive, full stop. So having a cracked Frodo torso isn't what you want. But it's not nice no matter how it happens. But I do really like the jacket. It's actually the same jacket element I'm using on my custom Cad Bane. This custom Cad Bane's years old now. I do need to improve it, but then I went to improve it the other day and thought that'd make a fun short. And then that's when we got the news of the new Cad Bane next year. And I was like, oh, 20 quid set. Yeah, I'll just wait for that one. Because it is a custom one from Book of Boba Fett. So that's perfect, perfect. I'll pick up the Clone Wars one at some point. 1, 2, slope. I thought this was for the other side. It's not. It's for this piece, isn't it? And it uses the black 1x3 that I was introduced to in April. I think just after my birthday. I got 2 of these on an F1 make and take alongside the really cool poster. And I was so excited because I needed one of these for a mock. I can't remember what it was for, but I needed one in black and I only had dark brown. So I was going to use it, and then the make and take comes out. So I excitedly go off, get the make and take, go to my local Smiths, go on a nice little adventure, and then come back with a build that had 2 of them. I didn't even know it had 2. I wasn't prepared for it. But that was fun. That was a little time build as well. Ended up building that one pretty quickly. And this is the wing. Yes, this is one wing. Then we've got the other wing. I think because we combined the tow and the cockpit, we got enough for 2 bags with wings. And oh, that's 6 slopes. I thought top right that was a 2x6 up there. All right, 6 slopes in there. And I like this yellow. This yellow I got introduced to on, I think it was on the 2019 X-Wing. I don't think I'd really seen that yellow before. I've seen it since the Axolotl build Create a 3-in-1 that my partner had a few of them spare pieces. So I got a few from that. The Luke mech as well that we picked up that is somehow... Oh no, it's behind the members board there. It's somehow still built. I haven't parted that out yet. This round corner as well was, the first time I used that was Plo's Microfighter. I don't think I had that in my collection, or if I did, it was used in a helmet or R2-D2 somewhere. No, I just wasn't willing to part out yet. So a lot of pieces that have come around in the last couple of years have worked there. I mean, we're talking like 5 years ago plus for an X-Wing. But still somewhat recently in LEGO's history, since the other Slave one come out for sure, have been put to good use here. Really good use. Yeah, we finished that. I have to make sure now as we're getting to the end. Hello there. Do I want salads? Yes, please. As we're getting to the end, I've got to make sure that I don't mistake any of the... Like, look over the simple parts, because we'll get to the end of the bag and we'll have, like, this plate. Honestly, we'll have this plate free. This one here. And I will have no idea where that's come from. I also, for the UCS ATST, right, I keep looking at the back of it, because there's a little back with like a hexagon cut out that looks like it's this grill piece. Hello there. Hello there, Kalpana. Hello there, Mr. Wicket. Welcome to the stream. And it looks like this piece, but I'm not convinced it is. I don't know if it's a covered sticker. It might be a print. It might be a new element. But it's tripping me out because I don't know what it is. And when I don't know what a Lego piece is, it does irritate me quite a bit. I can usually look at it and go, oh, that's element. Can't reel off the number, but I'll give it a fancy name that you won't be able to find it using on Bricklink or Brickout. Brickout's quite good. But yeah, I'm interested to find out what that element actually is. Do I know about combining the Jedi Bob Starfighter and the Creator Plane? Yes, Andrew. George brought it up earlier. I've seen that, and that's incredible. That is. I think the instructions are on Rubricable for that as well. I think that could be quite fun. They're small enough sets that could be quite fun building freehand. Not to say, you know, someone did spend time making instructions, so if you do struggle building freehand, go for it. But I think that would be a fun build freehand because of you're using the base of the Starfighter and then just really detailing the top. Creator Plane has been on my radar. If I do walk into a Tesco, I can't remember the last time I went in Tesco. Not as long as I'm thinking, surely. But it's been quite some time. There's none near me. So if I find a Tesco that has it in stock for as cheap as $8.99, I'll have to pick it up and give that a go. I didn't end up picking up Jedi Bob Starfighter, but I did have the pieces to build it. I actually built it in a what if video. What if Jedi Bob turned to the dark side? Which, given the appearance of Solitos, his former master and some sort of villain for the show perhaps, I think it'd be interesting if Jedi Bob has a little dark side path. Or at least being torn. I don't know if they'd make Jedi Bob go full dark side, but torn between the light and the dark maybe. Might make for an interesting series. 2, hey, robot arm. Just like Wheelie from today's video. Nice little robot arm or two. A little bit of greebling. Do we have something stuck to it? Are we going to get a clip on that, or is that just a robot arm? And then a 1x1, 1x2. Do you need a hand? Right, come in. That smells like dinner. Oh,
Right.
look at that.
There you go.
Thank you very much. That's a feast.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't realise. I had to ask your mum for help because the pizzas are massive.
Did they fit in the fryer?
Just about.
All right, we got dinner, chat. Look at this. So we got a bit of salad, bit of pizza. We got cheese and pepperoni. and a bit of garlic bread. Oh, and of course, some burger sauce. What did I drop? A little bit of salad.
Do you want a fork or spoon?
Oh, I best have a fork for the salad. Right. We'll get back to the build afterwards. We've got a bag and a half to go with the wings of the Starfighter, but I could probably power through this and then come back. But you know, pizza, can't leave the pizza waiting. That's like a crime to leave pizza waiting. So, in the meantime, let's have a little look if there's been any update. If you missed it earlier, someone in chat said about a mock of the Senate duel in using the Juggernaut, using the brand new Juggernaut coming out August. I think that looks amazing, and I have to give that a go. There's been quite a few other good builds as well on the internet. But let's have a little look if we've got any news from San Diego Comic-Con about any other Lego sets. I've got a video coming out. Oh, hold on. We've got a new fish tank. This is set 10366. With pineapple and bacon is the best pizza. Oh, that sounds lovely. We do have a. Right, let's full screen this for me. We've got a new fish tank rumor. Oh, there's a few images of the Starfighter, like all the Star Wars sets close up. That's crazy, the Senate doll. That is crazy. And I also, but the fish tank, What's going on with the fish tank? Hold your horses. $500, 4,154 pieces. I don't know. I don't know if that's. I guess big pieces because it is a fish tank. So this is gonna be like the Lego set that we've seen a few times here. November 13th for anyone interested. But wonder how many fish it'll include. It's got to have like a whole reef in it. Maybe what could be cool is if they incorporate, you know, you can get different for your fish tanks at home. You can get different accessories. So a castle, right? Hear me out. We get a little castle, no minifigures. I don't think we'll get mini. It'd be cool if this was a creator set though. I think this is under the Icons banner. But trying to get the creator set could transform into a treasure chest and into a art what they call it, the art stand, into one of those. But yeah, the price is a bit funky, just a little bit. And we also got a closer up look of there's a Game Boy ad. I've just got an advertisement on this, and it's the Lego Game Boy ad. Haha! I assume if it's like the NES and like some of the other adverts, this is recreating like a classic ad for Zelda or Mario. But so the game cartridges pop in. I don't know what reference that giant metal man is, but that's got to reference something. But this does look like an old electronics ad. That was quite good. All right, yeah, if you haven't seen the news, we've got some new Wicked sets. We've also got the Arkham Asylum has been officially revealed. That's on Lego.com. Hello there, Fernando. And we also have Stranger Things returning to Lego. It's only a 4-pack of brickheads right now with Mike, Dustin, Lucas, and Will. I do think Will's going to die in the new season. I'm not basing that off any fact. That is just a me thought. But I have a feeling, and sometimes, very rarely, those feelings come through. Oh, and of course the Game Boy as well. We've got to look at the Game Boy on Lego.com, but do we think there's going to be more Stranger Things sets? Any more Stranger Things Lego? I'd be down for that. I think final season, you know, it's now or never. This is their chance. This is the chance for Stranger Things Lego. I don't know what it's going to be released under. Let me have a look. Just had it up. If I put in Lego Stranger Things, it comes up with the old set. I was going to say 40 quid's good, it's a knockoff. So we got the Upside Down, which included like a whole range, 8 minifigures, there you go. And that was under, was this not under like icons or ideas? I'm pretty sure this was under icons and ideas. Anyway, Lego have put this under Stranger Things. It's got its own theme on Lego.com. Surely they wouldn't do that for one set. Lego Stranger Things sets, plural. Lego Stranger Things sets offer. Okay, I might have to pull this up. Let's try and. Well, you can find out yourself. Google Lego Stranger Things. Top link is the Upside Down. Second link is Stranger Things theme. Official Lego Shop GP. Lego Stranger Things sets offer fans of the Netflix series an immersive building experience from the Upside Down to the nostalgic 1980s universe. Well, we've only got brickheads at the minute. Have Lego accidentally confirmed more Stranger Things sets in their theme listing? I wonder if this is just someone hoping for more sets, and you know, they've worded this very open-ended because they've already got the Upside Down and the nostalgic 1980s. Maybe that's the way the brickheads are dressed. I guess it could just be that, but I think Stranger Things is going to come back with more sets. When's the final season? What's it? Season 5, isn't it? November 26 is volume 1, which is episodes 1 through 4. And then we have 5 to 7 on Christmas and the finale on New Year's Eve. So, Wicked is also meant to be coming out September, isn't it? Wicked for Good, which is the name of part 2, is November 21st. September, October, November. October, November, December. Yeah, really, they'd be October releases, wouldn't they? Hello there. I wonder if we will get more Stranger Things sets. This is only the first one so far. They've announced the theme at SDCC with a brickhead set. I have to think there's more. What would we want from a Stranger Things set? Obviously, we haven't seen the new season, but some classic, like we've already got Will's house in the Upside Down. Maybe they could cityfy it. Give us them all. Definitely have to be bikes in the set no matter what. Could get a few new bikes as well. It might blend into Harry Potter here. Demi-dogs. A demi-dog battle pack. Yes, please. But if we get new bikes for Stranger Things, we could then use that bike. Well, Hagrid's bike is pretty different, isn't it? Hagrid's bike is different to the rest of them. But we could use a base, like we've got the like the Marvel DC bikes. Really hoping we don't see those elements in Star Wars. I know I was saying about it earlier this year. I don't actually want them to cross over, but I wonder if we get a new bike like chassis, a body of the bike that we use for Stranger Things for a pedal bike just out in the open, and it can be switched up. I think that Lego pedal bike's good enough for this. But last season we saw a lot of like Elle's origins, kind of. And I think that's the place that they broke out early on, wasn't it? And they had all the demi-dogs around it, that little facility. Well, not the first one, not the one that's way out in the desert, but one of the first ones. We could get that with some demi-dogs as well. So far, that's a good idea. Fallout Boy just said if I make the play scale one, I could use the Boba Fett ship. Oh, for the Jango Fett. Yeah. We've already done the 2019 one. What could be interesting, I'm going to build the slave one, the new Augur slave one, coming out this year. The Jango Fett slave one. I'm going to build that, but then I'm going to recolor it to Boba, because that's got some cool play features. And then we can compare the two as Boba ships. That's a good one. There's so much Stranger Things could do. I wonder how many mocks there are. I'm just going to pull up the Rubricable page and search Stranger Things and see what comes up. We've got a buildable Demogorgon. We've got the Krill House. We've got a buildable Vecna. We've got a brick-built Demodog. That could be interesting, because I don't think Lego would give us a dog mold for it. So maybe a little brick-built one to stand next to the giant Demogorgon. That could be quite cool. They look similar on their boxes. They do, don't they? The new slave one, the Jango one coming out, the playset one, has a few new features. So it has a built-in stand, which is the cart you see. It's also got little, I always forget the name of them. What are they called? Seismic charges. Little seismic charges you can put in the ramp of the ship that then launch out. There's a Dem Orchid Og and a Botany Wog. Unrebrickable. A lot of Demodogs and stuff like that. The Vecna Grandfather Clock. That'd be a good little hallway. I guess a lot of this is more mock potential. The camper van. I'd like to see the Ben 10 camper van. That'd be quite good. Castle Buyers is an official set. So I guess we got the Upside Down. We got, which is Will's house and then it in the Upside Down. We got Castle Buyers, which is a Comic-Con exclusive, and Barb, both from 2019. Barb, exactly 6 years ago. Crazy. And we got a Brickheads in 2022. I didn't know that. Completely forgot. Demogorgon and 11. So this is the rest of the Brickheads. I don't think they'll re-release the 2022 ones, though it would be nice if you missed out. But you can probably pick them up for, I don't want to say too much. Demogorgon, there's exclusive parts, as you'd expect. Let's have a little look. What are they going for? Alright, let's go on Brickout. £25. Given the set was probably like £18, that's not bad for Stranger Things. Not too shabby. There's also a UT80 alt build. Yes, I've seen that. I want to get to building that for the Juggernaut. That is, isn't it? And also, we have the Dark Falcon alt builds, like the Vader's castle and stuff like that. I think that would be cool to do. Or the gunship. I guess in essence you can just turn any ship into a dark ship. Just recolor all the pieces. Same with light. Make them all white and that kind of work. So Wicked sets are coming out. So they're coming out September. That's 2 months before the movie comes out. Do you think there's going to be more sets in January? Wicked could be good for Stranger Things. If Wicked does well, and it does get a ton of sets next year as well, because you know it will be coming out on DVD. Not everyone will be seeing it in the cinema. You'll have people that are just waiting to watch it on DVD, or when it comes to whichever streaming platform it will eventually. And with Stranger Things, I feel like there's none of that double barrel release. They've got November 26th, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve. Christmas Day, New Year's Eve is going to be interesting. I don't know how that'll affect it. I feel like a lot of people are in on those days, but a lot of people are also just not watching TV or catching up on everything they haven't watched over the holidays. I guess it's quite a good thing you watch Stranger Things with your family or that. Gather around the TV, you know. Watch the new episode of Stranger Things. There's 3 of them Christmas. So is that Christmas Day or Christmas Eve? Christmas. They missed out. You could have had one Christmas Eve, one Christmas Day, one Boxing Day, and then one New Year's Eve. And then the next day, we could get some Lego sets, couldn't we? With Wicked, I definitely think there's going to be some sets in the new year. They have gone all out in September. The art set's my favourite. I know we did get the bookends as well with minifigures, but I'm happy they finally made minifigures for Wicked. They're wicked. If Lego renews the Stranger Things series, you'd want to part with a cop car was in the pumpkin patch. Oh yeah, you can also, I guess they can do a Spider-Man. Give us like a pumpkin patch with a tunnel and the cop car, like they did the corner store and the cop car. A lot of cop cars. Oh. Good question, Dr. Deathsticks. Want to start collecting Star Wars Lego when you get a job? Do I have any advice for a collector who's just starting? I will say it's been like 20 something years now of me collecting Lego, of me getting Lego. So I'd be interested to hear anyone else in chat who's started collecting Lego Star Wars or any other Lego theme recently, including customs, we'll back those in. Let us know if you've got any advice. But personally, I would say if there's any cheap sets being like 20 quid or under, do you like the minifigures of, they're good ones to pick up because the minifigures tend to be about that price down the line. And a lot of the times collecting minifigures, it comes down to what you're willing to spend. If a minifigure's slightly too expensive but it's on a sale and it's just out of your range, I would say either go for it or don't, and whatever you choose, stick with it so you don't regret it. What I mean is, if there's a minifigure you've been waiting to get and there's that one comes up and it's like 20 to 80 pounds just outside of, depending on what figure it is, that could be completely different values, then either go for it and go for every minifigure, or don't go for it and hold out for the minifigure to drop down, because if you start changing your mind, you can second guess it and then it becomes a difficult task. So set your boundaries. That's a better way of putting it. Set your boundaries when it comes to collecting minifigures. For certain popular characters, they'll be valued at different prices. Definitely look at parting out figures as well, because some minifigures only have an exclusive torso or exclusive legs. Yeah, as far as how much to spend on Lego, I'm afraid that comes down completely to how much you're willing to spend. As much as, you know, you can afford to. I think a good rule of thumb, I mean, this comes down to how much you're earning as well. Never spend the majority of your money on one thing. If you're, and I think, I don't know, saving's all right. If you're saving like 50% of your income, that's fine. But never spend most of your money on one thing, whether it be like important things or hobbies. Sometimes you have to step back and take a look at what you're spending, you know. If you're spending over what half you're earning on anything, have a little look if you can do it a bit cheaper. But definitely save more. If every time you buy a Lego set, you put that money into savings, I think your savings would grow quite impressively. Mine do. I haven't made any sort of Fallout mock. I did see someone who made a few Fallout minifigures custom, like brick-built minifigures. Not custom minifigures, brick-built minifigures. They were quite cool. Glad you appreciate it. Thank you. Congrats on 10k. Yes. Just signed the buyer's contract for a house. Oh, awesome. Have you picked the Lego room yet? Do you know which room's going to be dedicated to Lego? I ask like there's always a room dedicated to Lego, and the room might not just be for Lego. A Lego room doesn't have to just have Lego. It can be a garage, it can be a bedroom, it can be a studio where you work another job. But it's still a Lego room, isn't it? End of the day, it's still kind of a Lego room. Even if it's not, kind of a Lego room. Hello there, Cross Airborne Customs. Welcome back. Yeah. This is nice, though. I'm not eating too much of the salad, am I yet?
You requested the salad.
I did ask for the salad. I'm going to eat it, just not yet. There you go. Of course, it's the same room. Oh, you got your parents' house. Nice. Nice to pass it down. It's the whole attic. There's not a room bigger than the attic, is there? I found that the attic's a really good spot, actually, because I found that I don't tend to display Lego above, like, this is where I'm comfortable displaying Lego. Any higher, it might fall. I got so worried when we had the big unit up there. Somewhere like an attic would be perfect. That stretches the whole house, has the Lego up to sort of waist height. That's where the ceiling comes in, so I can still stand. My second biggest room is the gaming room. That's the spirit. Tell you what, let's get some of this on the. I do like a salad, like a garden party pizza or something like that. Bit of salad on a pizza. It is quite nice, and it does make the pizza feel a bit better too. When we were moving into this place, we had a look at a few different places, and a lot of the houses that we looked at were, I guess they were bungalows that like expanded up to have rooms, and so many of them had angled rooms, and I just couldn't. I'm too tall for an angled roof. Yeah, it's either like 3 meters where you can't touch the ceiling, or it's like 1 meter something, and not even that. I think some of these were under 1 meter. They'd start sloping off at like 90 centimeters. So it was an extreme version of what you've got, I guess. And I just couldn't. I couldn't do that roof. Though, could you imagine the Lego display? If you get some shelves on the slanted roof. You know what? I haven't been to a TGI Fridays. I haven't gone in. If you got your own decently sized house, you'd have like the usual rooms, yeah, and then 1 or 2 Lego rooms, dependent on the size of the rooms. Maybe you could just knock through a wall and there you go, combine some rooms into the ultimate Lego room. Whack a giant city in the middle. That's like everyone's dream, isn't it? A little Star Wars city would be cool. I want to say same. I'm not quite that tall, but rounding up, same. 6 foot, 6'1", something like that. That's a good point, having 2 rooms actually. 2 Lego rooms is a good idea, because then you could split up, build. I see a lot of people doing it. I don't know if it's because I'm not necessarily fast, or because I don't have a massive collection to display. A lot of my collection, like this UCS Slave 1 we're building today, is definitely staying built for many, many years to come. Flash forward to like 5 years when I've already parted it out. Now this is staying built, but a lot of my sets I part out so I can then build more. That's how I part a load of my pieces. Keep the minifigures around, so if I want to rebuild the set, I can just rebuild it like that. This bit of lettuce is so nice. Ha! But I don't have much to display, so I feel like if I had a room for display and a room for my collection, my display room would be very empty. I'd just have the one podium in the middle with the UCS Slave 1 standing on top, and that would be the entire thing. But that's a good way to do it. A display room and a playroom, a build room is a good idea. And then that's what I was going to say. In the build room or the display room, whichever one you'd rather sit in, you could set up your YouTube studio. Maybe the display room. Maybe both. What if you're building something and wanna stream it, like the Slave 1? Ah, I dropped it. Thankfully not on my keyboard. No. Oh, good question. Place the Slave 1 in the IKEA Billy. It fits so nice. Oh, nice. I think I agree with the move in between the rooms. You'd want like a little door in between, but that extra wall in the middle, or maybe if you've got a big enough room, maybe a cabinet coming out of the middle to have a bit more display in the middle of the room, and that would also section off your little studio corner. That was a good point. But how many sets bricks do I have? According to Lego's website, I've built 70 something sets in like the last year. Whenever I started using the Brick Builder app, which I think was at the end of last year, so it has been about a year, I've got 70 something sets. And I think that also includes my partner's sets, but together we have hundreds of sets, thousands of minifigures. I have 500 there, about 100 or so clone troopers ready to go up on that wall, different variants. I must have like 30 odd 501st clones at least, so probably hundreds of clones. I think I have over 1,000 minifigures, so that can give you a good idea of how many bricks. I haven't counted. We have all the units there, we have a few tubs on the shelf down there, a load of boxes still around to sort. I kind of don't have the space to sort them all into these units. I need to get some more of those drawers to fill up on the left hand side here. And loads of bricks. I do need to keep track on Brickset of all these parts, because it is quite handy the way you can upload them. I think I started doing that to my classic sets, so I know which ones I can rebuild. But when I say classic, I mean I got from like 2008 to 2012 and stopped there. I had a few from them. I don't know. Actually, between 2012 and we'll say 2015, that's when a lot of Rebel sets were coming out, weren't it? I don't think I have many Lego Star Wars sets from that time, like the odd one bought for my birthday. But at that time, I think I was getting, because that's when a load of Star Wars books were coming out. I think I was getting more books than Lego at that point. Yeah, the display room's a good idea for your studio, because then you've got like sets to display in the background. Though I would like having at least one canister of parts there, just so like your 1x1 studs and your little bits, so that if you need a 1x3 to improve a UCS set, you got the parts at hand. That could be handy. Whoa! Look at that slice of pepper. That's massive for a salad. Still one bite. That's crazy to think though. 362 sets. What's the average price of a Lego set? Don't worry, I'm not going to be calculating values of your... I realise after saying that, I'm not going to be calculating values of your collections or anything, but... What is the average price of Lego? Oh, of course, it goes by like weight and that. No, Lego... Average price of a Lego set. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 25 grand, what? According to Lego... I think that's just them. No, that can't be their middle. Huh. So apparently, on the aftermarket, it's 10 cents per part. No chance. It's cheaper than. Oh, but think of all the exclusive pieces. They probably do bring it up to 10 cents. Maybe that's why everyone. Maybe that's why everyone judges Lego on a 10 cents per part. 10.4 cents, if you're wondering. That's mad. All the videos popping up. The real reason Lego is so expensive. The real reason Lego is costing you a fortune. Is Lego too expensive? The shocking truth about Lego. Oh, I should make one of those. So according to Lego, it's £20 to £50 is the average price for a Lego set. I don't know if they release enough cheap sets nowadays for that to hold up. Yeah, £20 on average is a small set. Okay, £20 for a small set, £70 for a medium, and £150 for a large. It sounds like you're just giving me all the prices. So there's more smaller sets than big sets. I'd say about £30–40 is probably the average for a set. $34.99 according to the Toy Zone. So, you know, say we have 300 sets at $34.99. We were laughing about what were we laughing? Oh, 25 grand. This is 11 grand. 11 grand isn't bad. I'm not streaming on another platform. However, I am streaming 2 streams on YouTube. So there's vertical stream. And if you're on the vertical stream, as you can see, we do have a horizontal stream where you can see a bit more of my room. The walls are pushed a bit further out. And yeah, it's a bit, you know, there's a little bit more space. You can find them all on my profile down below, so whichever your preference is. I found myself, the reason I stream both is I found myself watching a load of vertical streams because they're easier to watch on the go. And recently, I've even been watching a few vertical streams on my computer just because having that stripped to the side is a lot easier to watch than having a horizontal screen across the screen, especially when I'm like editing or something. No, I probably shouldn't be watching a stream whilst I'm editing. Right now, you've got a quarter of your room for Legos and your studio. Your garage. I do like a Lego garage. There's something cool about a garage themed about something. Like having a garage that's built for cars or vehicles and it not having a vehicle in it. Lego tools, you know, a little workshop, something like that. I do like that idea. I think also the space that's kind of implied. I know a lot of garages are a bit smaller, but the space that's implied with a garage is quite nice as well. I'm gonna cry. Yeah, we're not at 25 grand yet. Any Lego put on fire recently? Not recently, almost though. Almost. I was 3D printing something with a printer. I think it made it into the video. I think it was something grey. That doesn't really narrow it down as to what I was printing. It might have been a part for a mock or something, or an exclusive Lego piece I was trying. Maybe the video didn't get out. But I was printing something and I left the printer. I can check up on it on my phone and I just forgot about it. And I come back and the whole print head of this printer was submerged in grey filament. It wasn't a big print. It wasn't a big print. It took like 10 minutes, but it just exploded and then inflated like a bubble. And the whole print head wasn't submerged. That was a bit too much. But yeah, that was close to fire. It was close. It wasn't on fire, but you know, it is a fire hazard. So I was ready to throw it out the window if it caught fire. Honestly, onto the concrete and then put it outside. That's outside's problem. Your garage is a room, you can't park in it anymore. Even better, more space for Lego, less space for a car. Or you can build a car out of Lego. That way, rather than trying to wheel it out the big door, you can break it down into chunks, take it through the doors, install the engine outside. Yeah, just build a Lego car, call it a day. Exactly. Then you don't need a car. A Lego car is probably just as expensive as the real deal. Could you imagine all the batteries that would take? You might as well try and find a way of running it on petrol. Or just use a car-sized battery. Don't know why I didn't think of that. That would have been a good idea. And that's what Brickset tells you in the new condition of your sets. That's what I find with, I have a Funko app as well. For all my Funkos, I mean, what's that, like 20 Funkos? That's probably like a little bit of my collection. We used to have a Funko wall going along that wall, all the way along. And then I pulled it down when I moved the desk over here. That was quite fun to build, actually, stacking all the Funkos up on top. But, yeah, I had the Funko app, and that's what it said on the Funko app. So it was the price of, I think it was the highest sold, something like that. My Funko collection's worth a few grand as is. But because of I own this one right at the end, this is the glow-in-the-dark Qui-Gon, and it's probably, apparently I have one of the Bobas, I think that was worth a couple hundred or something, but that Qui-Gon is worth quite a bit, and the highest it had sold for was like 4 grand something, some exclusive version of it. And so going by the highest price of all of them, which is a setting you could do in it, is worth thousands upon thousands, which is crazy. No problem, your seat standing desks are coming. Oh, nice. Nice, enjoy it. That's what I'm streaming on right now. A sit standing desk. I do like a sit standing desk. All right, let me oh no, let me lower it. I'm not going to be able to find the spot as well. I've been playing around with new settings. I feel like it was about there. Does that seem a bit too low? That seems a bit too low, doesn't it? There we go, we'll put it at there. Anyway, I've been playing around with lower settings because I feel like I have my desk quite high when I'm sat down. And I think it's because my original desk, I had like units underneath it and it was propped up quite high. So I could get my keyboard underneath, but this one sits closer to the underside of the desk. And because I'm at the desk most of the time, I've lowered it even more. And I do feel like it's quite comfortable. We'll soon find out if this is how low the desk was in a few minutes when I'm building and then realise this is not at all the height that it was. So, would you turn the garage back to a garage, do you think? I suppose if you don't drive, I'm assuming there is a purpose for the garage. If you don't drive, that would be a nice extra Lego space. That can store the boxes that haven't been built yet. Just pile them up in the garage. Is it also Herman Miller? No. I have a bookmark of it. Oh no. Oh, I spelt it wrong, that's fine. Oh no, I don't have the book. Did I get rid of the bookmark? Oh no, there it is. I think it, no, it's not this one. It looks like this one. It's not telling me I purchased it before. It looks like a Sano desk, which I think it's one of those, which are a little over 100 quid, but good quality, pretty sturdy. This one holds way more than I'm going to stack Lego on top of it. Well, I don't know about way more. It holds a little bit more. But yeah, it's not Herman Miller. I think it might be a Sanodesk. It might be another... I think it begins with an S. I've convinced myself now. S something. Right, I think this is all the salad. Hide the rest of it. I have no idea. Started. Oh, nice. Oh, might as well get a desk then. Do you get a discount for working with them? For yourself. I'm not asking for me. I'm happy with this one, thanks. But it'd be nice if you got a discount. Of course I eat the crust. Yes, I did have a nice big pile of burger sauce here that I was dipping them in. But I ran out of that with the last slice. But yeah, I do eat the crust. I will say, I'm not a crust fan on pizzas. I'm a pineapple fan. Love me some pineapple. And I'm also a fan of like fruity flavors with stuff like fast food stuff. Jam in burgers. Some really nice jams, like a nice chutney or something in a burger is real nice. But I do prefer if the crusts are, you know, non-existent. If I'm making a pizza myself, I will sauce right to the edge. Cheese right to the edge. Meat pizzas are good, yeah. Try to cover the full pizza. You got one and you've bought two. Oh, nice. No problem. May the bricks be with you. Yeah, moon shoes, pineapple and bacon. That's the best combo. Can't beat that. Should also be drinking. This is your friendly reminder. This is your friendly reminder to stay hydrated during a 4.5 hour stream. You know what it is? I said on Tuesday that we're probably going to have the longest stream, and combined, don't get me wrong, combined we've been going for 9.5 hours on this build. This is the longest build on the channel by about an hour. I think we've gone for 8.5 hours before, and that does include dinner both days. But I'm just dragging it out now. See if we can milk this final. We've got 1.5 bags. Can we milk it to 12 hours? Could you imagine if I just sit here, one piece, and then like go get another drink, another piece? No, we're probably going to finish this within the hour. It's 6:20 here at the minute. No football on today, I don't think. It was on Tuesday. Really good game. England through to the finals. Is anyone watching the Euros? We've only got the one game left. But some of the last games have been crazy. Comes up with the Euro value, not the Euro football. Some of the last games have been mental. How close it's come. I mean, the game on Tuesday, England-Italy, when they were 1-0 up, and then like a minute and a half before the end of 7 minutes stoppage time, England goes, scores a goal, equalises, runs through like nearly 30-40 minutes of extra time, including stoppage time, and then again scores towards the end. Crazy. Italy shouldn't have really time wasted as much as they did, but came round to bite them in the end. And then again, Germany and Spain. How well Germany did in their last game against France. They played France, didn't they? Because we had Germany beating France. Then the semi-final, sorry, had us, Italy, Spain and Germany. So Italy were actually the underdogs out of all four, which is crazy to think. And then the final, us versus Spain, on Saturday. Definitely will be, no, Sunday, sorry. Definitely be watching that. Could you imagine if it was on Saturday whilst we were reading the book? I think I'd have to have an early stream then. Oh, I did have a look. On Tuesday we spoke about Eclipse. Star Wars Eclipse. There was some new concept art that leaked of it. And I was having a little look. What was it? I think Quantic Dream put something out. It wasn't something big. It wasn't like an announcement or trailer or something. I saw something on it though. No, I don't think it's... Ooh, what's this? Download free digital goodies from Star Wars Eclipse. Is this like backgrounds? It just opens a folder. Social media avatars. What are these? Haha! Alright, we got a calamari. Do we have to open all of these separately? Who is that? Someone in armor. These were made on the 3rd of May. Oh, so these were for May 4th. I haven't seen these though. That's the main Donnie that rises from the goop. We've got a same species as Cad Bane with an eye patch. We also have a Smart Price Revan, I want to say. And then we've also got the naked 3PO looking droid. Imagine if that's 3PO all this time. We got some banners. What do these look like? We got Yoda. Yoda in the High Council room. We have a new creature looking out over a lake. We have 2 sabers, 1 yellow, 1 blue. That's nice. Very Lord of the Rings coded, that one. A green, oh, that must be yellow and blue. Battling on a bridge. And then the logo. Anything else? Oh, wallpapers. Here we go. There's loads here. There's one of a ship. I assume these are all images we have. Yeah, there's one of a planet, one of the ship. Oh, this is new. Look at the green little fluffy. Oh. Have a little look on the Eclipse website, and there's a little media pack you can download with a few different profile pictures, a few different wallpapers. A lot of those are the same. Oh, they're guards. The Smart Price Revan guys are all guards. Nice little ships there though. On the water planet. What are they called? Oh, the head of the separatists. Not really the head. Oh, I can't remember his name. The one that's always like face to face with Padme in the Senate. I don't remember his name. But we've got another one of those species. If you've seen the little trailer, I think you'll know who I'm talking about. I will say the guy in armor looks more like a Marvel character than Star Wars. Big fan of the proxy looking droid. Alright. This wasn't what I thought it was at the start. Maybe they updated their website. I thought there was new posters or something out about Eclipse. See if anyone else caught it. Many Marvel Funko Pops, but few Star Wars. Duros! So Duros is the Cad Bane one. But the other guy, I don't think that Duros is. I can't remember the guy's name. If I put in a separatist senator, it should come up with like the main man, shouldn't it? Oh, if it weren't all the ads in the way. Yeah, not Dooku. Who was it? Oh, no, 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 no. In a state, it wasn't Beckler Wise. Oh, that was the speaker. No, it's the one. Let's see if chat can get it. It's the separatist senator that had like the big hat. The eyes had like a little wavy line in them. Always wore these long gowns. Phantom Menace. There's 2 of them on the ship. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. You know what I'm talking about. But what's his name? What's his name? There's another set of the same species. It's not the guy. Yeah, but what's his name? We know. Well, that was lovely. I should probably put this. Right. I'm just gonna go wash my hands. I will be right. Is there a point in putting this up? I think I put this up for the memes now. I'm gonna go wash my hands and I'll be back to build the rest of the UCS select. Alright, let's get back to work then. Yeah, I have a few Marvel ones, a few Marvel Funkos, but not many Star Wars. You know who I'm talking about. I can't remember the name. Google doesn't want me to know either. It's the guy from Phantom Menace. Let's make sure we've got the right screen up so that you can see the slave one being built. Don't want anyone to miss out on the end. Where were we? Yes, thank you. Newt Gunray. The guy in Eclipse is the same species as Newt Gunray. Thank you. I would have honestly been thinking about that until someone brought it up, and I'd remember in a few weeks' time. Is indeed. That's exactly who I was thinking of. Also, I thought... Oh, no. I was going to say, I thought we had 2 bags left, 1 for each of the wings. I'm forgetting about the stand again. We've got all these pieces here for the stand. Can't forget about those. I think we were on the next step. I do believe. There we go. And just for anyone who is showing up, there is also a horizontal stream, if you're interested. Does this just go half on like that? Oh, nice. And that holds it from on top. Yeah, horizontal stream where you can follow along with the instructions. I know it's a bit late to be starting to build this now, but you can follow along with the wings. Build the rest of it later. Imagine starting at the back. You could, with this ship, you could start at the back. At some point you'd have to then go to the front. I'm thinking these pieces would be alright to build separately, so would that, so would the inside there. But definitely, like at bag 15, you'd have to then stop and go back to the start, because a lot of the pieces, like the odd little pieces, are put on. I guess even later on. Definitely around 15. 15, 16, possibly 17. You'd have to then flip it, go to the start, and then do the rest. All right, 1x4. Ooh, this looks nice. Just to expand it a little step outwards past the slope. Now I assume this connects straight up. Yeah. Yeah, it does. And that goes in there. Oh, nice. Look how fancy that is. Why is that? Look. Oh, I guess that is just there to hold it in place. Like with these. 1 by... Oh, it's the clear one. A little light on the underside. So that's another LED. If you're planning on lighting this ship up, I've got to at some point. Imagine a light kit for the UCS Slave 1. At some point it has to happen. That's some light kit though. That'll set you back. I actually think a lot of light kits cost more than the sets. Or just as much. Some like the Falcon light kits. If the set's worth over £70, I think the light kit's a little cheaper. But I actually think the light kit for the UCS set would be more expensive than the UCS build. Just for the battery to power. We were speaking about like 10 lights on the bottom, handful in the cockpit. A lot of light kits do light up like the weapons. So you'd have lights there, lights there. We're looking at least 30 lights on this thing. And when you're putting that many lights on one ship, yes, it's going to cost, because you'd probably also need replacement parts for each of those bricks so they can hide the LED in. You'd also have to pull this apart. Actually, it'd be quite complicated. You'd have to pull this apart to get some of the wires around. So it's not an easy build. Oh, speaking of not an easy build, 2 of these corner plates. What do we have underneath? We don't have an underneath sloped piece, do we? No, same goes on here. Here's the round bit as well. I'm just saying right now, if that rounded off plate isn't necessary, I'm nabbing that. I am taking that as well. What was the piece earlier? Oh, the seats. So the seats have the 1x3s, and also we have a few elements here. Okay. Flip it over, and we will want 1x3. No, 2x3. And in the other 2x3. Okay. Alrighty then, Lego. I see what you're doing. Get this at a nice little angle, and this fills in the gaps. I think they've used a rounded off plate because it's not squared off underneath. But have we used one of those before? Have we used one of those before, or is that brand new? I feel like it's brand new. You could definitely get away with replacing that with a 1x3 corner. Definitely. So I need a 1x3 corner and a 1x3 regular plate as well. Told you it'd be clipping saying here. Once you've built a few slave ones, I guess it's less of a told you moment and, oh, I remembered that. That's what I should say. Remembered there'd be one here. You made it to the stream. Yes, there's definitely going to be a review. I think the review might not be marketed as a review. The review might be with a general 10k celebration video. But don't worry, my thoughts will be out there. And at the end of the stream, I might give a few of them as well. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm trying to line it up with the center. Just in case you are building this Don't line it up with the center. It's on the left-hand brick, which is exactly where you can push this piece in. I wonder if it'll cover it, even with a tile or something. Or this. This will work too. There we go. This is the best part, stacking on all these wheels. 1, 2. Well, not the best part. The best part was the sticker. It's still a really good part though. And then another. We got the fancy little pin. And that connects in here. Okay, I'm thinking less and less that this is what I thought it was. But the fact that we've got some give means it doesn't go in perfectly. And we want that to the side. Oh, we need it to have the give, don't we? Because it's going to be rotating. Let's give this a try. Oh, I didn't think it was going to spin then. It does spin. Oh, that's not meant to come off. I might not have put that on as securely because that did pop off a second ago. There we go. Look at that. And that's all for bag 21. Penultimate bag already. I also can't help but notice we've got 2 seismic charge stickers and something else in the middle. I don't know what that is in the middle. No idea what that is in the middle. I do know of the Lego Land program. I do know of LAN. I've applied, this is my 4th, no. Is this my 4th time? This is my 3rd time applying. I applied last year, at the end of last year. Yeah, at the end of last year. And then towards the start of this year. And I've just been rejected the 2nd time, but I have reapplied already for September. Oh yes, ask away. Any questions on anything, you know, Lego or related, please do ask away. And if I don't know, hopefully we'll find someone in chat or someone about that will be able to answer in your place. How old do you have to be to join? Good question. Good question. I want to say, because it's adult focused, the ambassadors, I want to say 18 for legal reasons. It might be 16. Have a little look on Lego's. I have a bookmark somewhere. Let me get it up. Let's have a little. Is this the right one? Yeah, this is the one. All right. So if you are interested in applying to LAN and you know, having a little look, then check out, again, sorry for the short stream, I don't think this link is going to work on mobile devices. Check out that link though, if you can access it, and that will have all the different terms and conditions and basically everything about getting into LAN, when to apply, and actually applying into LAN. Maybe you'd be better off with, especially if you run an event or you organize anything in your community, you might be better applying for the other one rather than become an ambassador. You might be, I can't remember what the other one is. There is a non-ambassador one that's exclusive for people that, you know, run a Saturday club. Check that out as well, if there's anyone in chat, you know. But that will have everything you need on it. Hello again, welcome back. Yeah, hopefully, again, like I say, LAN is so much more than just reviewing free sets. And I do think, because as someone who has had a few sponsors on the channel, and as someone who is constantly being asked, not constantly, but as someone who does have sponsor opportunities pop up here and there, that's more about paid work, you know. Free sets are something, but having to make content on a set and not getting paid for it does seem like a funky little deal. LAN is about the earliness of the sets, getting them early, being the first ones to talk about it. Other events happening. I see a few LAN members talk about events, Lego events that are upcoming, but it would be nice if through LAN, I don't know, I haven't spoken to anyone that is on the LAN side of things, but it would be nice if you did get a little early heads up to any of the events happening, because I hear about the events at the Battersea Power Station, the F1 watch along, and all the events they had there. Didn't hear about any of that until that happened. You also have the new park up London. Family member saw that on the in their local newspaper. Didn't see anything about that from Lego. Still haven't. And there's the odd little thing that pops up as well, but knowing about it before it happens. You know, it's one thing seeing it in a newspaper, oh, this was a success, and another thing being able to go to it. I think that's the joy of that. That's the main thing that sticks out to me when it comes to the Lego Ambassador Network, being able to find out about these events before they happen and actually take part in them, because they look like so much fun. And we have been lucky enough to, for like the Superhero Academy, take part in that. That was quite fun. But there's so many events that we've missed, and quite a few actually, that we've been up London for as well. And we've been like a few roads away from it happening and had no idea. So that's what I want to get from it. If I get into LAN and they don't tell you about the events, oh no. Minifigure Jedi Starfighter comparison. I do want to do a little mock. I'm still working on a little Camino showcase. It's not going to be like a brick built display of sorts, but I've still got the gift with purchase. I've still got my custom gift with purchase that I made. I've got the UCS Slave 1, the Kenobi Starfighter. What else do I have? There's probably a few other Camino builds as well behind me that I could link in, but I would like to do a little Camino showcase with all of them, set them up, and then have them as part of the display in my background, because I do have a minifigure scale Kenobi Starfighter that scales up with this UCS. So that's the sort of thing that if I can get them ready in time, if I can get them together by the time I do a video, which honestly will I'll probably do something on this tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. I might include a few more different builds. A few more builds, you know, and make a bigger thing out of it. Because I do think this is going to look great on display with every other piece of Camino we've got. And we're still yet to get a Camino playset, haven't we? Only got the gift with purchase. Definitely need some Camino security droids, am I right? Can't copy or go through the link. If you just put in lan.lego.com, that should work. And yeah, on shorts, it is kind of all over the place. Hello there, Josh. All right. 1, 2, 3. Is it not working on either? Oh, has it just gone down?
Oh wait, it came up from me. Oh.
Yeah, it's
working for me.
Yeah, it still goes through. It might be a connection issue as well, actually. Internet's been all over the place here recently. Don't know what that's about. Alright. Nice little bumper. Whenever I see these 1x1 round pieces here that look like that, I can't help but think of the Friends couch. It reminds me so much of that Friends couch. Like the Lego sitcom Friends sets. That couch. Ooh. Ooh, they've switched it up. Hold on. That's not what we did at first. There we are. Yeah, Lego have switched this up. We didn't do this many pieces and have all the gaps between them, did we? Maybe. There we go. But what went between? Did we not have anything? No, we did. We had like a 1x2 between you. Oh. No, we didn't. I've put it one further down, haven't I? No, I haven't. Look, that's right on the side there. It's different. I told you, as soon as we go to build both wings at the same time, or both wings at the same design, they're gonna have a difference. This yellow triangle here is not where the other one. Actually, I can show you with a spare. So on the other wing, this triangle's at the bottom, but on this wing, it's at the top. Interesting that it's not the same. Ooh. Who's my favourite Doctor from Doctor Who? I could give the wrong answer and say the next one. and just like always say the next one. I'm excited for the next Doctor. But I think my favourite... Oh, Tennant was good. Tennant was really good. I do like Tennant's Doctor. But Matt Smith was also really, really good. And I did watch Eccleston as well. I liked Eccleston. It'd be interesting, don't you think, right? I'm not going to spoil the last... I mean, Doctor Who's been out for quite some while. I think everyone knows it. Even if you're a slight fan of Doctor Who and you haven't watched the episode, you probably know who the next Doctor is thanks to some articles. But on the rare chance that you don't, I'm not going to spoil it. But I think with the new Doctor, we do have the other Doctor running around. So Tennant split off and we had a little anniversary special. But we've still got that Doctor running around who's revisiting a few faces. We know that. We know at some point he's going to be curator of that museum. And I do think that is Tennant's Doctor. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to be the other Doctor. It makes sense to be Tennant's Doctor that is running around having these adventures. And where do you go? Do you go up there? I think you go there. Oh no, you go... Hold on. You go there. Ah. So with that Doctor, could we get Eccleston return? Maybe through the years we just get the same. So we like start off with Tennant, then we go back. Eccleston at the minute is doing a load of voice audiobooks, you know, vocal stories and that, travelling back through, which it'll be interesting to see what those stories are. I'm not going to listen to them, but I'll catch up with someone else telling me what happened. And then it will be interesting to see if Eccleston makes his way back at all. I'd love to see that. Having a few more adventures as the other Doctor. And who knows, there's maybe a few other Doctor Who actors that we could see jump in as well. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Moonshoes. Just confirming that a Legoland ambassador must be 18 years old or older. I thought so. I feel like there'd be too many legal issues otherwise. Because effectively it is work. Lego are giving you sets to then review. And yeah, just makes it easy, doesn't it? Who's my favourite character from Tartakovsky's Clone Wars? Grievous. Every day. Oh, Master Shaggy comes close though. But it has to be Grievous. Even over Shaggy. And 2008 is Ahsoka, who is my favourite canon Star Wars character. And I also think it is partially... I agree with what everyone says about Ezra and Rebels. If you grew up with him, he's less annoying than if you go back. I feel like people that didn't grow up with Ahsoka might find Ahsoka a bit annoying, Ezra a bit annoying. Kazudio, the Resistance Rebels, the Resistance Ezra and the Resistance Ahsoka, Kaz might be a bit annoying as well to start off with before they develop. But yes, definitely Ahsoka. They don't grant you the rank of Master. Oh no, I'm having flashbacks to the last time this happened. Save the younglings, no. Maybe that's why Lego makes sure you're over the age of 18, so no travesties can happen like that. Alright, I kind of remember how this goes. But after that cheese slope being on a different place, I don't know. I'm feeling weary about this now. Lego trying to catch us out. I'll have to check with the box art to see if that's something that's done on purpose, or if that's something that is a genuine mistake. Whoopah! And then the two little flappy bits. One on the... I don't know if that's the left or the right, honestly. Could be either. No problem. Shout out to the lurkers watching this stream. I know you're there. You don't have to comment. Just as long as you're watching. All the ads really does help the channel. Thank you very much. Actually, special shout out to the lurkers watching the ads. Without you, this set wouldn't be on the desk. I like this. I like this little oh, broke it. This little bar clip bit. I think I put one of the clips overlapping. Yeah, there we go, like that. No stickers on the wings. No, there were a few stickers on the playset, but none here. Do we have anything on this side? No. Nothing. And now we know to line it up with the single brick. Look, straight in, perfect. No worries. And it's also a little heavier. How did I pop that off? Oh, there's a blue slope just at the top here. Blue slope just at the top. If you push in the corner, you can pop it off. But you know, nitpicking, it's not a problem with a set. It's a problem with how I was handling the set. Should have been a bit more careful there. Funnily enough, as people are starting to find out with the turbo tank, if you hit Lego hard enough, pieces do fall off and they go flying. They go flying, don't they? Alright, let's gloop, gloop. There we are. The Clone Wars minifigures were weird back in 08. They kind of were. The builds were awesome. I have a Clone Wars Anakin. I don't have a Savage actually, do I? Like an updated Savage. I have a Savage minifigure, but I don't have an updated Savage. Does anyone know a cool custom store that does Savage Oppress? Because if I can pick up a custom Savage Oppress, then you're not meant to come out. Then I could rebuild that Night Sister speeder bike, the Night Sister speeder, and I think that could be quite cool. Alright, these are definitely spare pieces. Final one, rebuild the Night Sister speeder with some updated minifigures. I think that could be pretty fun. Seismic charges have got to be in here. They've got to. We have the 2008 Death Star. That's a good Death Star to have though. So that's apparently the Ventress Speeder from 2012. We have broken into parts. The 2008 one is that not the UCS? Or is that the playset? It's the playset. The first run of playset, before they switched out the figures for like 2014 or something, isn't it? And then the UCS one was a bit earlier, yeah. Right, that's one bag. That's two bags. Tomorrow is Friday. What's everyone's Friday looking like? Any Lego store trips, Lego building, or anything special? Doesn't have to be Lego. I went to slam it down, realised I didn't have the space, and you couldn't stop it. The only plastic bag in the UCS box, although that QR code definitely takes you through to the sustainability page again. I think all the QRs on the paper bags do take you through to the sustainability page. Good read. I have read through it, all the different materials popping up. Going to a Lego event tomorrow. Oh, nice. What sort of Lego event is it? There's a few Lego events popping up. The thing is, around me, I have to wait until like Christmas for all the Lego events. But I've got my eye on a few. And I know there's a few in London before then as well. Not that I'll be showcasing anything, just to pop up and have a little look around at what everyone else is building. The reason I make videos here is so that I don't have to worry about bringing my Lego elsewhere and ultimately breaking it en route.
Where is your pencil?
My plate is hidden.
Oh.
I've taken it out.
Oh, okay.
That's where I hid it. I beat you to it.
Did you want a drink or anything? Do you want me to refill?
I think we've just hit the 5-hour mark, so the mic will be dying any second, won't it? I should probably switch that over.
Yes.
How far? Oh, we've been going 5 hours exact. Yeah, let me switch the mic over. Right, new microphone in. There we go. Hopefully this is the same volume, though I have noticed these mics tend to show up differently on recordings. This one a bit quieter, so if you want me to turn it up, let me know. But that just means I won't cut out mid talking about the slave one. It should be smooth sailing. Should be. It might still cut out, just for fun, but it shouldn't do. Yes, Lego event. That's where we were. What sort of Lego event? I'm intrigued now. Oh, what's this? Is this the floor? Is this the floor? Yeah, because then this at the front is going to hold the plaque, right? Is it? No, I don't feel like it is actually. I feel like this might hold these tiles, and then the plaque is at an angle. Let's see how wrong or right I am. Oh, we've got more feet. More. Lessening the grip. A lot of my old slave ones stood up on a 32 by 32 base plate and had like a little like these angle wedge pieces here holding them up against the base plate, and that was it. Hello there. Just built Soundwave in the store. Ah, yes. How did you find the build? Do tell. If you can, do tell. Don't have to, you know, give us all the details, just a general good, bad. Do I edit my audio before posting? Not a lot. I tend to, if it's really loud, really quiet, I tend to edit it. But yes, some of my videos, I think it depends how, you know, excited I am as to how loud I'm being. And also, I have recently messed around with the microphone again, so the audio should be a bit clearer, just because it kept cutting out. And always issues with the audio I'm going to have. But hopefully the audio is a bit clearer. It might mean it's a bit louder as well. But YouTube apparently has a consistent audio leveler. So when you're watching videos, see if you can turn that on. And that should stop it being too loud or too quiet compared to other videos. Like I normalize all my videos before uploading, but it depends who's posting at the time. If a load of loud videos have been posted, then YouTube's going to make it louder. The algorithm. Oh, there. You do work for Lego. Lego wouldn't want you telling anyone what it's like. And yeah, I see what you mean. You built it, so it's gonna be all positive, isn't it? Not because, I mean, you're not being paid to be positive about it, but it does sound like a good experience. I just really hope, and you probably know by now, you don't have to say, but I do really hope you get some restocks of Optimus and Bumblebee. Because I have, like I said on the stream, I have been seeing a lot of people saying, oh, if they're going to continue it, then I'll buy the other ones. And I really hope stores in general, all Lego stores, are going to be able to keep up with the demand, because I do think there's going to be quite the demand for not just the new one, but the old ones as well. All right. Oh, not that one. Not that one. Nope. Back it up. Not that one. That one. And then we put on the other side. Right? Yeah. And this is the backbone of the display. Look at that. Quite the display. You could probably hide the plaque behind there. We'll have to see. Oh. 1, 2. If I put all of the blue pins in the same way, it should make it easy if I ever want to switch this around. Because I am aiming to display this without the stand, just so it doesn't take up as much height, but I don't know if that's possible. Oh, yes. Oh yeah, you can give bad reviews to Lego sets by all means. And it doesn't just have to be constructive. You can just full on just dislike it because you dislike it by whatever. As long as you're advertising the set for LAN, I don't think Lego mind. Oh, here we are. Working for Lego is one of your dream jobs. Oh, I think as a mock builder, you say you're a talented mock builder. I think the best way would probably be for LAN then. That way you get to still build what you want to build, rather than, because like a set designer, I don't think a set designer is a great job for a mock builder. I mean, I don't work for Lego, so I can't really speak on that behalf, but I just feel like building what you want is a bit different to building for a reason. You know, maybe C gets away with it more, but Star Wars is very much, you know, this set needs to be made. Have you got a model? All right, for Soundwave, not all positive. That's good to hear though. That is good to hear on a level, because if you build a set and like nothing's wrong with it, sometimes it can be a little simplistic. The build was amazing, but the transformation is very delicate and fragile. There we go. Should have kept reading. It's because it's not simple, straightforward. It does have, especially those legs with that fun little feature we looked at. It does have a few. I don't know if they were the delicate part. I assume it was probably like legs and arms, but I do like that. A difficult Lego set, just like this one. Maybe a bit more. You're a team leader for one of their American locations. Don't get a whole lot of room for creativity, but you do have the chance here and there. Over in London, Leicester Square, less so. Hey, I don't remember seeing it in Leicester Square. It doesn't stand out unless they get to build like the giant F1 car. I don't really see too many, you know, creative builds. But I've been to Stratford, shout out Stratford, and in London we've got the Blue Water store, even the Southampton London What? Even the Southampton store, way far from London, has little stations where the staff have built things with like the pick a brick wall. I guess where they get less busy, there's probably more opportunity to build things like that. Like, use their imagination and put things together. But it's, yeah, I don't see it in the London store. So I guess it might be based on how busy. All of your models are built by hand. Nice. So they're not sent as they are. Wait, how's the, oh, it's a triple. Oh, okay. They're not sent as they are. Yeah, that's nice to see. The statues, mad. So I guess the F1, maybe in Leicester Square store, maybe that's why there's not a lot of big builds. Maybe it's because they build, well, there are big builds, sorry. You've got the F1 car at the minute, you've got a load of wall displays, but yeah, they're busy building the big bricks, and in the smaller stores, Stratford's probably quite busy from time to time, but not usually when I'm in here. It's usually less busy then. So there's the, let's build this opposite. Yeah, so there's the time to build, isn't there? That's what it comes down to. I think having been in a Lego store when it's been busy, that's one thing I would surprise myself, because growing up I always wanted to work in the Stratford Lego store. If they ever offered for like a day, I would be so down to work in the Stratford Lego store for like a day, for like a week. That would make some really good content. I don't know if Lego would allow that. That would be fun though. But I wouldn't want to work in there full time because I've seen just how busy it gets. And something I really like, I don't know, Stephen, if your store's been doing the same, but in a lot of the London stores, they've been walking around with their mobile devices. They don't have their phones out. That's not what I'm trying to say, but they have a mobile device that they can pay anywhere. So if you literally have one set, and again, I haven't seen this in the Leicester Square store, but I have seen that Leicester are card only now. I'm pretty sure they're card only across all tills. Maybe not downstairs. Oh, this is backwards. But at least upstairs they're card only. But they have these mobile devices that they can walk around with, and if you only have like one set, they don't take you to the till. They just, sort it out then and there. I guess if you've only got one set, is there much point taking you all the way to the till, especially when it's upstairs at the Leicester Square store? The downstairs till isn't often in use, and they can just pay out there because everything's on this mobile device, and they don't need like a card machine or the receipt printer, because a lot of it gets emailed to you and they could probably print it off on their mobile device. I think that's awesome. There we go. You want to be a mock builder and this could be perfect. I think LAN is the way, because with LAN, as we understand it from LAN members, again, I haven't been a part of LAN, so I'm speaking about something I don't fully understand at the minute. Maybe one day, but LAN members just get instructed to make one video on the set. They do have a date they have to do this by. A lot of people recently have turned to live streaming the build, which I think is fun. Like, if this was sent by Lego, it's not. It's expensive. I paid for this. Please watch the ads. But if this was sent by Lego, this could be one piece of content advertising the set. They probably should say like, oh, check it out, link in the description. But that's about it. So this could be a live build. This could be a modification. This could be a mock, a complete mock, or like an alternate build of the set. Build this instead. There's so much that could be. So if you are mock builder, yeah, for free, early and free. If you're a mock builder, LAN is an open door to just think about posting a mock, right, of a set, but like a week or the day it comes out even. Maybe Lego wouldn't let you modify it before it comes out. There might be something on that, but imagine posting about a set. There we go. the day it comes out. No one else is gonna be able to do that. I think you could modify it. I thought that was a mark on it then. It's not. It's the continuation of the line behind. Wow, this is good. This doesn't look shiny. You can kind of see in the light. It doesn't give off a shiny effect. Even where I can see a bit of glare on the Slave 1, there's none showing up on camera unless I show it with a big light. So that's really nice. And let's double check. Are the facts all correct? We've got the manufacturer is the Quat Drive Yards. We've got the Fire Spray 31 class patrol and attack craft, 21.5 meters. We already read through this. I'm getting deja vu. Some of you weren't here. We got the F31 drive engines, modified class hyperdrive, 2,700 G of acceleration, twin blaster cannons, rapid firing laser cannons, a concussion missile launcher, a mine layer, Void 7 seismic charges, that's like the best bit. One pilot, check. One co-pilot, check. 3 passengers, check, check, check. And six prisoners, check. How many of these 6 can we fit in the actual Slave 1? Where do we grab this here? Let's have a little look. I'll tell you what. No, let's have a little look now. We can't wait for the seismic charges to go about. 1. Oh wait, can we not fit? Oh, they have to be tiled off. We can't fit them with the plates on top. Oh, so like 2 of these like that. Again, 6 if we modified it a little bit, removing that tile. Although, we've got the extra height. Ooh, okay, that's another modification that I'm willing to make. Because I do think, I mean, Jango's prisoners won't always be in carbonite because there's no carbonite like system on the actual Slave 1. But I do think it could be quite interesting if they are always frozen before they go on the ship. There we go, stand that forward just a little bit. Oh, the holes at the back, it was the holes at the back. First off, I said in the first stream that I think the Slave 1 looks like 3PO with a stretched head. Now, if we take, maybe this is better on the display. Can we still see it on the display? And that goes in there? No, that's where I thought. Where does it go in? No, it is there. There we go. All right. Now that we've got the Slave 1 on display, is it me or does this not look like Hyang? That's Hyang, isn't it? That is fully Hyang from Ahsoka. That's Hyang, 100%. Oh, there we go. Update on the correct on the phone thing. They use a system called New Store, which allows them to check out anywhere in store. They do take cash. That's quite nice. I think the reason that the Leicester Square store don't take cash at their top tills is just a case of how busy they get. The Leicester Square tills are right by the pick a brick wall, build a minifigure station, Star Wars, Harry Potter displays. I think if they took cash, it would just take too long. So that's why they might divert attention downstairs. But like I say, when I was in there, they didn't have anyone on the tills. Maybe they have people standing nearby. I'll pay attention. Next time I'm in there, I'll have a little look around. And if I can't find out, I'll ask someone. I'll bug someone. I'll ask them what it is. I thought we had 2 seismic charges. We have 1. Oh, that's what the stickers are for. I also had an extra one of these bars. I'm worried that I've missed one. Oh, I did miss one. I did. I didn't put it back on. The blue pin sticking out should have given that one away. Oh, hello there. We're doing good. We're on the last bag. Just got the seismic charge to go. Some people do still use cash because, like I said at Christmas with the Captain America set, there are still grandparents that buy Lego for their kids and great-grandparents that go out, do their shopping. We said earlier about picking up the Star Wars sets August, and I said I might as well pick them up online just because of, how expensive they are, they qualify for delivery. So you might as well. So yeah, I can see people still using cash, but thanks to the Big C a few years ago, I can also understand completely why it's being phased out. Contactless and online are definitely growing in popularity, and I just hope that if Lego stores ever do start to close down or, you know, show less areas because online's that popular, we're talking 2050 and beyond. Lego stores aren't closing anytime soon. Steve, don't worry, your job, we're keeping your job in business. Don't worry about that. But if at any point Lego do decide the stores maybe aren't as necessary, I hope they pop up a few more discovery centers and they open a few more, maybe even a few more like little Lego worlds. Not Lego Land, Lego World. No, wait, Disney World's the big one. Disneyland's the little one. Lego City? Can we get some Lego cities? I think that might be quite fun. And the discovery centers would still then have make and takes. They'd have a little store in them. Oh, that wasn't good. Oh no, let's redo that. They'd have a little store in them for people that still do want to use cash and go in person. Seeing sets on display as well. For someone who can't afford every single theme of every single Lego set, I definitely want to check out Soundwave. I wonder if Soundwave will be built in... I'm going out on this week, but before August, and I wonder if Soundwave will be built in the local Lego store. Oh, I'll have to have a little look for that. But I think that would be quite fun. All right, one side, the other side, and now how do we put these on? Thank you. What's my favourite Star Wars set? Has to be the original Clone Walker Battle Pack from 2008. But that's my first set, so that's why that's my favourite. Otherwise, let's get top to bottom. Let's line up the middle here. Otherwise, it's this set for sure. Definitely the UCS Slave one. Oh, that's looking good. And we'll do, all of these are 12 stickers, but we'll do these on, oh, wrong side, on each side. So left will go left, right will go right. Did you walk into the door? No? It's on stream. I'd rewind it back, but I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you would.
Thank you very much. Oh, slightly, yes. I tell you what, I'm surprised I don't have many Astromechs with a dome head. These will be a lot easier to decal than any of the spherical heads, the spherical heads. Fun word to say that. Hey, there we are. Not perfect on that side. I don't think that's terribly bad though. And the other side is really impressive. That's the one I'm going to show off to the camera. And this goes in there. Does it just pop in? I feel like it should be covered up. All right. That's fairly easy to put in. I was just like that. It's fairly easy to put in. I thought it was going to be a bit difficult with massive hands, but no, it's all right. And then our last piece here goes on one of the first pieces that we put together. And this is our last piece, 3 spare pieces for the bag. Final 2 elements. Here we go, just like so. And they go on this top dish all the way up here. And I'm going to push them in as well. There we go. Just like so, and we have our Yang. That is it done. There is, let's bring this up on the big screen. Take a little look. This is it done. This is all the pieces. If you wanted to take a quick note, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages of pieces, and you could win. Been a while since I've seen that in the back. that is the end. They do indeed. Look at this. The UCS Hyang head. How cool is that? If we could lean it a little bit, this is Hyang. There is nothing you can say that will make me think any other way. This is Hyang. Hey, that rhymed. But what we really have here is a ship that keeps getting caught on my map. This will be in the display in the background. Oh, let's lift it. The UCS Slave One. How cool is that? And the wings do move, look at that. The wings are moving as it orients. The cockpit doesn't, but I learned a little while ago that the cockpit in here doesn't actually move when the Slave One is orientated differently. The top part doesn't. It's this little bit down here with the 6 prisoners and the 2 other passengers, I guess, that does move. So there's space for Boba, Fennec, Mando. Mando would be calling shotgun. Fennec's the co-pilot. Then we'd probably get Bo-Katan and yeah, I guess they probably didn't take the Imperial shuttle back. They probably were all on the Slave One at some point. In fact, wasn't there a load of them? Because Cara Dune was with them, and so was the prisoner that broke out. So Cara Dune would probably have a seat, and the prisoner would be in the prison cell. They're all in their separate seats, and you've just got, I can't remember his name, but the prisoner from Mando just chilling out across 6 seats behind bars. Although I do like to think of it as a cargo hold for 6 carbonite blocks, in which case he's probably got just about enough space to, you know, stretch out his elbows. I feel like carbonite stacks quite thinly, considering, you know, the average minifigure is 3 to 4 bricks wide, and each of these are a brick wide. So really he's got the space of like 1.5 people, maybe 2, which is, you know, elbow to elbow. Maybe not enough space. Not as much as we thought, but again, thank you so much. 10k subs is why we built this. I guess we can get rid of this camera now. We don't need this. We can get that out of frame and just admire for the next couple of minutes whilst we wrap this up. Oh, look at that, 5.5 hours. We probably could have got away with using the one mic, but best not to risk it. The Slave One. When you pull out the cockpit, you've got seats for the pilot, the co-pilot, and one of the 3 passengers. Then you've also got a very detailed display with a few stickers, but 3 stickers isn't a lot. I think the only thing I would have fixed, I would have improved with this, is maybe getting these displays leaning back just a little bit. I know they're angled and Boba has to reach them, but maybe, no, I don't think they fit one stud back because they'd have the wall in the way. Or what can we do about them? Maybe you get away with them being one stud back. I don't think they're going to fit though, honestly. One way to find out. Wait, where's the shelf? There we go. Well, the more you know. Turns out it does fit, and that is one modification to make to your Slave One. Moving the screens just a little bit back. I feel like it gives enough space for the cockpit. Behind the cockpit, we have a secret little compartment which houses the 2 Westar pistols that Jango Fett dual wields, and also houses the jetpack that you can take off the Jango Fett minifigure. We can put that right back in, super easy to do. Underneath there's a prison which can fit, with a modification, 6 of these little carbonite bricks with custom minifigures printed on them, and maybe 2 minifigures, maybe 1 minifigure laying down, with 2 more seats for the next 2 passengers sat just in front. Again, that cockpit sliding out I think is very valuable, because even without that sliding out, the top 3 minifigures might be easy to put in. The pieces hidden behind would be impossible to get to, but the minifigures underneath would be very difficult to put in and out. And then this beautiful cockpit element right on top, which covers the origin of the Slave One. And that does still clip around with them. I think I might have just knocked a monitor down, so we might need to twist them just a little bit more. The wings do move 90 degrees. They're locked in at 2 different sets of 90 degrees using that very first, I think it was a yellow Technic panel piece that was one of the first pieces we put on this set. We have a few different details all around, including the stickers. This genuinely is like lifting a small child. Not only does it cost that much, but it also weighs about the same as an actual baby. So that's quite impressive from a Lego set. It feels too heavy. It actually feels too heavy to be real. It's kind of like when you lift a bag of Lego. A bag of Lego. If you've ever been to a store release day and picked up all the sets you want, I think this weighs a bag of Lego. Like if you have the Juggernaut and the MTT in the same bag, maybe a battle pack with it. And that's how much this weighs. We've got the twin blasters on the bottom. Can you hold it with one hand? Pretty securely. And they rotate about 190 to 200 and something degrees, which is enough for the twin blasters, both locked in. And if you do want to have these as accurate as you can, don't forget to flip them. Shout out to Andrew for that. Nice modification there. And the only other modification, so we've got the screens on the inside. We have, oh, there was a few pieces that I want to steal, like the seats and the little curved plate. I'll probably leave them in here until I absolutely need them, just in case they're on the pick a brick wall anytime soon. But the one modification that I would recommend alongside the monitors, did they hold up? One of them did. So I just need to angle this one differently, is the slopes on the edge bit here, right here and right there. If you're worried about the stickers and have placed them as accurately as I have, or as not as accurately as I have for the cockpit, grab yourself 2 1x3 plates. Did I just knock? Oh no, they're both up. They're both up. And place them under the slopes. I think that's going to look quite nice in terms of sloping it off from there, and also cover up the gap with the stickers. So that's been a really, really nice build, hasn't it? This is going to go on display behind me. Don't know where exactly. Could go next to the helmet, where Rex is. We could move Rex on the other helmet, and then we gives us enough space to squeeze them all up, maybe. That could be quite good. Did we hear the news about the bird? Oh no. Yeah, a lot of celebrities dying again recently, which is not got a lot of announcements. I know a few of them died, you know, a while back, but they've come around to announce it, and it's never great, is it? Especially, well, it's never great, but I don't think there's been any recent Star Wars ones, thankfully. Don't want to jinx anything. But that has been all for today's stream. Leaving it on a high note, Slave 1 is a 10 out of 10. Would I build again? Yeah, I'm ready to go for the Boba one now. Same time next week. I won't be building the Boba one anytime soon, but I will definitely consider building the ATST at some point. There we go. And thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for supporting. That'll be all for today, but I will get round to making a video on it. Stay tuned for that. If you haven't already, let me get up today's video. Drop that in chat for you so you can get around to watching that. Because if you weren't here earlier, today's video is about a custom magazine that not only completes my 3PO, but also ends up with me building a cute little robot from a Lego show and a new Thor's hammer, which I already have some improvements for, so stay tuned. You probably saw the short of Thor's hammer earlier on today. Here is the video in chat. I hope you enjoy, and until next time, thank you for watching, and may the bricks be with you always.